Hi, Meg.
Do we have everybody?
I
think it looks like we have everybody, right?
I think so.
Yeah, there's only 6 of us.
I remember the sign up only being 6. I think we're in a good spot.
Didn't
real
Shay
quick,
want to
man.
join this one?
I think Thursday.
She said Thursday.
Oh, my bad.
Before we jump in, then everybody sees the landing page with the characters, I assume.
Is that the one you posted yesterday?
Do I hit launch game?
Yeah, launch. Yeah, not everybody's in the game yet.
Is that the one you posted yesterday, Try?
It is,
Yes.
yeah, that link in Roll20.
Okay, perfect. 1 second.
The one that had music playing earlier?
Still does. I've muted it slightly.
Oh, so you do.
While everybody's filtering in then, just want to run through a couple of quick things. We'll go through, like, Roll20. What is that sound?
It's a lovely, lovely sound.
Sounded like someone getting ice into a cup.
Oh, Lord.
I was going to say the dogs learned how to work the garbage disposal. Yeah.
All right. We'll go through getting an ass. Fair enough. Go through Roll20 maintenance stuff in just a second. Kind of my table rules real quick. Like when we raid together, the only thing I really insist on is respect. My number one and only real hard and fast table rule is don't be a dick. There's no wrong way to play Dungeons and Dragons. There are often ways that you will disagree with how someone else wants to play. Especially in a one-shot, it can get a little varying viewpoints, let's say. All that I ask is that you guys be respectful to one another. It'd be a problem because everybody here is very familiar with one another, and I think we're all pretty good friends, so shouldn't be an issue. That being
Who's
said,
this Andrew guy?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. If I end up killing Andro, is that okay?
Sure. Yeah.
All right, great.
Encourage,
I just want to make sure that my game plan is not ruined before the onset.
Did you just roll a natural 20?
I did just roll a natural 20.
I'm going to run 5th edition D&D rules almost verbatim as they're written in the Player's Handbook, Monster Manual, and DMG. I house rule one thing that will be salient for tonight's adventure, and that's that drinking a potion for yourself is a bonus action, not a standard action, not an action, and administering a healing potion to someone else is an action. Previously, both of those are actions. I think it screws up the action economy a little bit, so my house rule is bonus action for sipping it yourself.
How are you dealing with spell casting? Is it going to have reagents, or does the people with the spells actually have the reagents?
For the purpose of this one shot, you already have the reagents necessary to cast the spells you have assigned to your character.
Okay.
So everybody's in Roll20. Real quick, in the upper right-hand corner, there's a cogwheel that says My Settings.
So
I
then
need you to go there. Oh.
Do I click launch game?
Yes.
Please.
Okay. I was afraid that would start it for everyone for some reason.
The launch is a scary word.
That's
It's a big
why
word. Yeah.
I didn't do that yesterday.
Okay.
It's like,
so,
Yeah, that's a loaded word.
all right. I'm currently loading.
No worries. We're still ahead of the schedule time-wise. That's my other big point for tonight. I normally run campaigns. I have not a lot of experience in managing just a single one-shot, so this is kind of a new experience for me. My preference is to run 3-year-long, deeply embedded campaigns. So I'm going to try to watch the clock very carefully. There are optional stuff that might get cut, additional things that will be added in if we're having tons of fun and moving along real quickly. If we bog down, I'm going to try to nudge you along a little bit. Please don't take that as rude insult. I just need to prod you along.
Oh. Okay, there we go. I was going to say, do you know of any of there being any oh Jesus Christ, sorry, cogwheel. Okay,
No
turn
worries.
that
Take your time.
turn that down for a second. I was going to ask, do you know if I'm assuming everyone's running this on Chrome?
Yeah.
I run it on Firefox because they say that it works on every platform equally well. I have had issues with Chrome.
Okay.
But not everyone has. Meg runs it on Chrome. I don't think it has many issues.
Because that's why I asked, because I literally actually got my thing crashed before I got in here. That's why I wasn't certain.
Yeah, for me personally, I've had some issues with Chrome in the past, and I just run it on Firefox.
Okay.
But that being said, their tech support and everybody else seems to think it's all in my head, so...
Okay.
But are they
yes,
wrong?
so I'm in. So, Andrew, turn master music volume to something you like. Okay.
Yeah, in the box, third from the right, there's a master music or master volume slider. If the volume for the music is too loud for you guys, you should be able to adjust it there. Or if it's not there, it's in my settings. Oh, yeah, it's in my settings. The first slider is master volume. You can make adjustments there if I'm blowing your ears out with the backgrounds.
Okay.
While we're in my settings, make sure everyone has toggled use advanced keyboard shortcuts. And then if you scroll all the way down to video and chat options, there'll be a series of drop-down menus. If you pass audio input sources, video input sources, you have I want to broadcast to others and I want to receive from others. If from the drop-down you make both of those nothing disable, then Roll20 won't try to use your mic or camera for Roll20, since we'll be using Discord for the communication side.
Cool.
So, John, you have a thing that says shift double click to bring up information. That just doesn't work.
That might be because you haven't been assigned a character yet, and I thought about that. I realized it was just making more work for myself. If I assign everybody the character, then I have to assign those permissions before the game starts. So I figured it was just easier to. I didn't think it
Okay, that's cool. Like I found the background character information stuff, but couldn't look at character.
Yeah. The other thing is everybody's icon on the bottom of the screen. If it's a large portrait and you don't want that, you can change that. Going up like 4 drop-down menus from where we just were, there should be a player video / avatar size. Since we're not using video comms, you can put it just to names only. That'll help free up some screen real estate.
Thank you. That's much better.
And then lastly, just left of that cogwheel in the upper right-hand corner, there's a hamburger icon labeled collection. Make sure that you are enabling macros and show the macro quick bar. You should see 4 macros available there. If you tick each one to in bar, they should auto-populate in the lower left-hand corner of your screen.
There's a hamburger? What?
3 lines.
Okay. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
It's old terminology. Older terminology.
So repeat that one thing for me, Try. Sorry.
It's okay.
No worries. Click on the collection, 3 lines. Make sure that the tick has been checked for show macro quick bar. And I don't know, there may, on the player side, be an enable macros button. If that exists, definitely enable it. I'm not sure what the player side looks like.
Nope. I see the name for 1d20 plus modifier initiative.
Do you have show macro quick bar enabled?
I do.
Yep. Then just tick those 4 macros so that they're all in your bar, and they should auto-populate in the lower left.
Oh.
As soon as you said 4, by the way, I only had 3, and then 1 popped up. So
Yeah,
I was
I hadn't shared it. So the first one is an initiative macro button. As long as you have your character selected, when you press the initiative button, it will roll initiative for you and add it to the combat tracker. The multi-dice button requires input. It lets you roll multiple dice and add a modifier to it for like a big roll. Like if, I don't know, it may not come up tonight, but just if you have to roll more than 1 die, that's a quick way to do it. The 1d20 plus modifier button is there in case there's not something clickable from your character sheet. An example might be if I ask Spenties to make a dexterity roll, like he might have dex saving throw or a attack roll with proficiency on it, but if we just need raw dex, we'll use the 1d20 plus modifier button because that's entirely manual. And the 4th button is a whisper DM button. If you click it, it will ask for an input value. You just type your message there and hit submit, and it will whisper just me. The text commands are very much like WoW, though, but just in case I can't imagine it comes up a whole lot in this game, but if you ever wanted, if you need to say something, nice. Oh boy. Whisper something to me directly that you don't want the rest of the party to hear.
Oh, okay, I hit the wrong button.
That's all I got. The
Sorry.
penis. The right side of the characters are boys, left side is girls, and I've orientated them top to bottom, with top being the easiest to maneuver if you're not, well familiarized with the rule set, going down to more complex characters at the bottom. I feel like some of you already had a strong idea what you wanted to pick, but I think the easiest way to move forward is just to roll 20-sided dice for picking rights. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I'll play.
I'm okay.
anything,
I'm okay with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm completely
let's-
new, so I have no clue. Whatever.
Basics. Have you played Dungeons and Dragons at all before?
I've watched a lot.
Oh no, that's great. This should be a lot of fun then.
Played. Yeah.
Cool. So everybody, I guess, using the 1d20 plus modifier macro button, just type in 0 modifier and submit it, and that will generate a 20-sided die roll.
Oh, beat that,
Man.
buddies.
I rolled a 2.
Get right.
Chris, not to be outdone.
Holy crap! Okay, then me and Sventy's got to re-roll.
Well, yeah. We'll wait. So we'll let
We're
the
doing-
order get determined, and then you and I will re-roll once.
Yeah.
We're just
think we'll
submitting without a modifier, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we'll have tiebreakers be based on how much I like you.
So many wasted natural 20s before the game even starts.
Seriously, I like to drain them all out. That way, you guys underperform. So, Chris, it looks like you're the top roll. Do you have a character in mind?
Yes, I would like to do Baratus.
Great. Then let me see if this works. Do me a favor and try to open his character sheet by shift double clicking and see if you can move him around the map a little bit. Make sure that I've assigned him properly.
I cannot.
That sounds right.
I have Ellen Island.
Told you so 2 weeks ago.
Now. I got to tell me what it's for. Oh,
I definitely can see his name underneath it now, but
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
somebody's
I
moving
see.
it.
Oh, that's not you.
And if you
No.
shift double click on it, you get nothing.
Sorry, say that again.
This is
Shift double click gives you nothing.
Nope.
Weird. I'm gonna put it to all players. Can anybody move him?
I just moved him.
Okay.
Nope.
Sventy's only, please. Can you shift double click on him and open up the character sheet?
Shift double click, like shift left click, or
Yeah, whatever. Well, some people have different. primary
okay, there we
mouse
go. Character sheet. Yeah, I have it open for some
Okay.
reason.
No, that's fine. I just want to make sure it works. So somebody's drawing the ruler. Is it possible, Chris, that you had the ruler icon selected and not the select move, the top in the upper left-hand corner toolbar?
Nope, that's what I've got.
It's strange. It's now set to every player. Can anybody else besides Sventy's move it?
I moved
can.
him to the middle.
So it's literally everybody but Chris.
Yes.
No, I can't.
Oh. Right, I'm not the only.
This is bizarre.
Yeah, I'm seeing a 16, a 36. I'm seeing a cogwheel underneath him as well.
Yeah, that's you. Everybody should see his AC, his hit points, and the ability to manipulate some stuff because you're all assigned as controller right now.
Yeah, I don't see any of that either.
All I can get. Yeah. No.
Chris, could you just reload the Roll20 real quick?
Sure.
And we're going to take permissions away from everybody but me and Chris.
I can't do
Ah, there we go.
Cool.
Try that.
Oh, now I can't move him.
All right.
I can't move him either. Good. Okay.
Wow. Right.
And everything is right with the world. Who was next? We have 2 19s, so I guess roll off.
Yep. Sorry, I'm
Wait,
fixing
you
it.
just tell us who your favorite is.
Fixing a towel.
Let's say I guess if that's true, if neither of you want the same character, you can both just pick now.
Ah!
Well, I mean, I like
Just roll again,
Pendilor,
basics.
but I just wanted to say, oh, who would be the easiest? Like just a warrior or something without a lot of spells.
The barbarian and the rogue are pretty easy to play melee classes. So Silas or Silk. Kara Guthrie is a 2-weapon wielding warrior or fighter. So a little bit more complicated because you have some bonus action stuff, but also pretty simple. And
like
I mean, that being said, Haftor is not harder. Just, well, I guess harder is exactly the correct word. It's slightly more challenging to play because you'll have some spells to peruse. But you're like what they call a half caster in terms of spell progression.
Well, I'm by
Do you
no
have a-
means new to RPGs. I just never played D&D itself, so.
Yeah,
it's
if
not
you
like-
Do you
like-
have a
if you like-
preference, basics?
No preference.
Because I do, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. You can do whatever you like, buddy.
I would like to play Valanth.
Yeah,
Nice.
I'll take the rogue. You said, was it Silk?
Yes, give me just 1 second to assign. All right, Sentis, try to move her around and open up her character sheet.
Yep. Moving. And shift, double click. Yep, there we go.
Basics do the same thing with Silk.
Not working.
Try reloading the page.
So, am I supposed to get like an option that comes up?
No, visually nothing will change. I just, for some reason,
Okay, it's working now. Sorry.
okay, say for some reason reloading the game just sometimes has to happen.
Yep.
All right, we have T. It looks like at a 16.
Yeah, I can choose last. Let
Okay,
Dex. He wants.
Dex, who do you like?
Crap. I'm not sure. I was interested in Silas and Kara, but I'm not sure. I'll go with Silas.
Okay. Same thing. Make sure you can shift double click to get the character sheet and move the token.
No.
Same troubleshooting first step. Try reloading the page. And Lav, who do you want?
Well, I guess I'll take Amara, I guess.
Same deal. Shift double click to open our character sheet and try moving the token.
Yep.
Sweet. T, who are you thinking?
I'll do.
Wow,
the...
this does fit me, doesn't it? That personality trait.
Who T? I didn't hear, I'm sorry.
I'll do the dwarf. I don't know the names and I cannot see them, so.
Haftor.
Stonebrew. Haftor Stonebrew.
18 decks with a 4 mod.
All right. So T, same drill. Make sure you can open the character sheet and move the token.
I can see the name now. I cannot do anything else. So reload.
Oops.
I'm good.
Okay. So real quick, Roll20 situation. I have put everything on the sheet is interactable. Most of it, if you click on it, it will do what you think it's supposed to do. If you mouse over the word strength on the strength score, that will roll a strength check. It'll just automatically roll a 20-sided die and add your strength bonus to it. Inside and down from that is the saving throws block. Again, just clicking on the name of that saving throw will roll that save for you. Below that is skills, same drill. Just mouse over it, it'll turn red. Click on it. It's, like I say, pretty intuitive. You have class features in the lower right-hand corner. Some of them are just sort of like passive abilities. Other of them are like active on-use abilities. You can click the cogwheel on them to read them just on your sheet without broadcasting them, or if you click on them, you'll link them in the party chat. like has happened with Thieves' Cant and Divine Magic.
Sorry.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Don't click.
It's no worries.
Whoa!
I only say cogwheel because some of them like that can be very.
Okay, so click on them. They pop up on the sheet. Cogwheel. They also pop up. Don't click the text bubble. The text bubble puts them in chat.
My cantrips. Where is that?
All right.
Boom.
Does everybody have a basic fundamental familiarity with how
right
that
there.
works? It's pretty straightforward stuff.
No, seems pretty alright.
Okay. Then I think we'll do like a go no go for a story. If anybody needs to take a quick bio or a water break or something real fast before we start, I'd like to try to take a break halfway through for a few minutes, but I'd like to just kind of get into this and try to not break immersion as best as we can.
Quick question.
Go.
Spell slots. Where are those tracked for me?
Next to the core tab in the upper right hand corner of your character sheet, there should be spells. I want to say to the left of core.
Yes.
And if
And it
you
says slots remaining is 0 for everything. So how many spell slots should I have?
So the slots total to the left of that show you how many you have.
Oh, I see.
So you can it should. I don't know why it doesn't auto-populate, but you have 4 slots at level 1. You have 4 remaining, and 3 remaining. So as you cast, you'll count down that number.
I see.
Or, sorry, I'm looking at Ashram while I'm talking to you.
Yeah, so 3 slots total.
Mhm.
So I'll have to keep track of that on my own.
So you're telling me I could have played your self-insert?
Mhm.
Nice.
And all the spells on the list I know and can use. Is that
Correct.
what you're saying?
These are all the spells that you know and have prepared for today.
Okay. I'm good to go.
Cool. All right then. Is anybody not sure?
The only thing I have
Oh, I didn't mean to link
a
that,
question
sorry.
for is how would you use to attack with a regular weapon? Not that I would do that very often. Is it just from the main, like the attack screen right there? You just click it?
Yeah. So right below your hit dice, you have like hit points, temporary hit points, hit dice, death saves.
So like that.
Yep, exactly like that.
Okay,
And
perfect.
then from that screen, if you click on the word dagger, it will roll damage for that dagger.
Okay.
Nice.
Sounds good.
I like that.
Cool. Perfect. Yeah, and in the same story, if you just click on the word Eldritch Blast, it'll roll damage.
Will it take one of the spell slots away?
No, that will have to be tracked manually. I think that's what T was noticing. The game is well automated, but it's not entirely an MMO.
Well, if anything, that's almost amazing, because then I won't accidentally click something and be like, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. But I gotcha.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to move our characters around just for a second, and then we'll get started.
You guys playing D&D?
We are.
Exciting.
Meg is streaming it, or somebody's streaming it. I think it's Meg. If you want to go watch it and
Oh
listen.
yeah, I'll watch it. Is she on Twitch or on Discord?
There's a D&D channel in Discord. If you click in there, she linked it there.
Nice. This is exciting. Sorry I couldn't join you. We just had family over. We're putting the house back together.
I mean, we haven't started yet.
No, it's fine. Wow, you guys already have gear? This is exciting. What level are your characters?
4.
Nice.
One more second to
You know
to
what?
do.
John, are you DMing this?
I am.
Is this this is a pre-made one shot?
Yep. Oh no, it's one I've written.
Oh, is it really?
Yep.
Oh, okay, because I think for some reason I feel like I've done a one shot called Fancy Dinner or something like that. So yeah, but cool.
I'm sure there are plenty.
Yeah, there probably are a million.
None of them are as good as mine.
Well,
I like that
That
response.
goes without saying.
All right. If you guys ready to get into it, I am now prepared. There were some things that couldn't be put into play until I knew who was playing who, so I apologize. I am now ready.
Ready?
Yes.
All right. So I'm going to read us into the evening. With the War of the Necromancer in the past, most citizens of Pendilor have mourned the loss of loved ones and began the arduous process of rebuilding. With new births, marriages, and the first harvest festival in years, the world has returned to some semblance of normalcy. Tonight, the entire kingdom's thoughts are on the King's Gala. This annual celebration has drawn nobles and dignitaries from all over the kingdom, for tonight is a special gala. Tonight, King Rupert will announce the suitor who is to marry Princess Gwendolen, and thereby become the next king of Pendilor. With so many important and influential people in one place, the pragmatic and sometimes overprotective captain of the guard, Griffin Winter, has gathered some of the most well-known heroes of the land to watch over this event. All 6 of you are currently positioned outside the castle gates on the ramp up to the Great Hall. As the sun sets over the Kingsfield Valley, the cool fall air nips at your ears and nose. You watch as another carriage arrives and more wealthy aristocrats exit. You give them a discerning gaze, but find no reason to suspect trouble. With a small hand wave, the doors to the Grand Hall are opened. Just a few more expected guests, and then you'll move inside, where there is warmth, food, and drink. The festivities are well underway as you join the Kingsguard in the rear of the hall. Soft but lively music fills the hall as the aroma of roast wild boar fills your nostrils. The hall has been specially appointed for tonight, with brilliant red furnishings and long banquet tables full of every delicacy Pendilor is known for. The wealthy elite share inside jokes and advice in small groups, as an impromptu dance begins to form with some of the younger attendees. A proud king and father surveys the great hall as Princess Gwendolen looks slightly less enthusiastic. One of the guards in the back of the room, watching them, comments, "That's why you're here. I heard that she don't want to marry no one. Even ran away last month to try to avoid it. So that's what you're here for. The big heroes of Pendilor, not but a tiny babysitter for a little teenage girl." Another guard nudges him slightly, reminding him to watch his tongue and take care that Griffin doesn't hear him talk like that. You guys watch for a while as people eat, dance, drink. Eventually, the music begins to die down. The young couples hug and step back to their tables. All eyes shift toward the throne, expecting an address from the king. Your attention is pulled from the king, as the torch and candlelight in this room suddenly seems to dim. You see the warm breath in your air as you exhale. You scan the room and notice intricate latticeworks of frost begin etching all over the stained glass windows that flank the great hall. Then you hear something, a keening, high-pitched wail that seems to grow louder and closer. The people in the room begin to panic. The sound peaks and the glass windows explode, showering the room in jagged glass. The screech is gone and there's but one moment of peace before dark, lumbering forms begin to shift and shuffle through the large stone openings. The smell of rot and decay fills the air, and you can see these shambling creatures, once men, but no longer. "The dead rise!" someone screams. Stepping in front of the king, Griffin draws his sword, calls, "To arms!" Roll initiative.
Give us our characters first.
Was that moan part of the game, or is that someone?
That was.
Okay.
I don't have a turn token yet. It says. If I press the initiative button.
Probably you
You
don't
have
have
to
your
select your.
Oh, I'm done.
I would never say that. I also wouldn't correct you.
How rude.
I have to select what?
So select your character token, Silk,
Oh,
and then
right,
while
right.
it's highlighted, click initiative.
Okay.
Johnny, you're echoing again.
No.
Just stay here and mute yourself.
Is that better?
Test? It is.
Guess I'm going first.
Silk, you're the first to react. This great hall begins to fill with just dozens of undead creatures that are shambling through the broken stained glass windows. The guard seems to get in the way to protect the king, but the rest of the citizens, broken and bloodied from the shattered glass and being devoured by these zombies, are at their mercy. What would you like to do?
Well, I feel like I would like to. Oh well, okay. It says I have 30 speed. So
Each square on this map represents 5, so you can move 6 squares. There's also a ruler that will let you like draw line distances. But if you have any questions, you can ask and I'll tell you. And you don't have to metagame if you don't want to. You can just tell me what you want to do and I'll tell you what to roll to do it.
yeah, sure. I just want to see if I can move behind these zombies, attack, and then disengage. Because I get an extra action, don't I, with my cunning?
Yeah,
action?
cunning action gives you ways to utilize your bonus action pretty coolly.
How often do
Disengage.
those cool down? Like if I were to use the hide action after I attacked.
So every turn you have an action, a bonus, and a move.
So every turn then.
Every turn, yep.
Cool. So I can just move them with my character?
Yep.
That was not intentional. Sorry.
No worries.
And then how would I attack?
One thing that you can do is if you click the map and hold the button down, you can ping, like as I'm doing now in the center of the map there. And you can use that to show me who you want to attack.
Sweet. Well, I
Sweet.
definitely want to attack this character.
Then you can roll by clicking on your dagger or a different attack if you'd want.
Oh, yeah.
That's plenty good to hit. So if you click on the word dagger in the text box there, it should roll damage for that weapon.
Oh, okay, there it is.
Is this roll 20?
It is.
Yes.
You kind of leap and tumble between the throngs of the undead as they flood the Great Hall. You avoid being bit and slashed, and you slip your dagger into the back of one of these undead creatures. It painlessly reacts, turning its head almost farther back than a human could, and tries to gnash at you. It seems, despite the fact that its spine is now exposed, it is still very combat effective. Do you wish to disengage?
Can I use my hide? If I use my hide, will it ignore me, I guess? Or will it still pursue me?
There's only one way to find out, isn't there?
Yes, let's use my hide.
Oh boy.
Calm and collected, boys.
DM rolling.
So you can't hide in plain sight. You'll need to withdraw to somewhere that breaks line of sight. So if you wanted to move like back here behind one of these support columns, that's an option.
Okay, so they won't attack me if I move away from them?
Maybe.
They could.
Okay.
So your bonus action, you can disengage.
Yeah, so normally in combat with a melee opponent, if you run away from them, it's basically you're turning your back to run away, and the opponent can take advantage of that and make what's called an attack of opportunity, where he gets a free attack on you as a reaction. But your class is uniquely qualified in that your cunning action that you disengage with your bonus action, meaning no attack of opportunity.
Okay, so then I'll use that instead.
Okay, and then make a stealth check for me.
Cool. Where's that at? Sorry.
Skills on the left-hand
I
side
see
of your... Yep.
Gotcha.
Okay, we'll see where that goes. More skeletons begin filling the hall. Some of them are all just bone. Some of them are a little bit more fleshy and squishy. But they just keep filtering in. One of them reaches Baratus, and the one that was stabbed by Silk manages to reach Volanthe. They'll attack each of you, starting with Volanthe. The slow, lumbering creature slams at you with its undead fist, and you easily parry it out of the way as you summon your Warlock Packblade from your empty hand. Same thing with Baratus. Ooh, less fortunate. Maybe amazed watching this beautiful almost supernaturally so, woman conjure a blade out of thin air and cut the zombie's hand off just before it fell true. You turned to get punched right in your face.
Oh no.
You take 2 points of bludgeoning damage. You can mark that off your own character. In the green box that's now 34, you can just type -2, or do the math and type 32 yourself. However.
Oh yeah, I did it. I was at 36.
Oh sure. Sorry, you're way ahead of me. Valanthi, you react next.
Yep. Okay. I can only get a reaction command when I get hit, correct? I guess it's a little late for that since I was already attacked, but since I have... I guess the best thing I could do would be to attack the zombie in front of me with Pact Blade.
Sure.
Okay, so on the sheet I just click Pact Blade in the attacks and spellcasting?
Yep. Here's hoping it works.
And that's to hit. Do I roll the hit? Do I click hit? Okay, so it's click hit dice first to roll to hit, and then click
no.
Pact Blade for damage, right?
Don't click hit dice, that's something different. If you just click the word Pact Blade, it will roll the attack.
Okay.
10 unfortunately misses. You're chuckling to yourself as you caught this guy kind of checking you out, and then he just gets punched right in his jaw. You chuckle to yourself a little bit, and you almost get bit for your trouble, but you have to sacrifice accuracy to not be attacked your own self.
Where do I see my sorcery points?
They should be somewhere in the lower right-hand corner of your character sheet.
Okay.
Oh, gotcha. Thank you.
Yep.
I guess my next bet would be I'd want to move out of range.
Okay.
And I would like...
you are engaged in melee, so you will be provoking an attack of opportunity.
That is true.
But one now may be preferable to many later.
I just want to get in a good position. I like it over... I would like to move
Did I
to...
lose you guys?
No, we can...
Nope.
I'd like to move to here. Do I just drag my character there, or...
Yeah, just drag your character.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah, my Discord went silent. I'm sure you guys
Okay,
can hear
so-
me like always, but
Yeah, so I'm gonna move up, but I will accept the attack of opportunity.
oh geez. The zombie takes full advantage of you turning your back to run and lashes out at you for 7 points of bludgeoning damage. It hits you hard enough in the back, like the wind is almost knocked out of your lungs.
Ooh, and that's 7.
Yep. So if you click your character, you can see the green box is your HP. You can type in there -7.
Or just put it to... Yeah, if I... Yeah,
However,
okay, there we
however
go.
you're comfortable.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have your character sheet open, the hit point box has a little increment and decrement button. You can just hit.
Oh,
That is true
nice,
also.
Chris.
Okay. And then... I guess as a bonus, my bonus action for the turn, the last thing I want to do is I will hex the zombie who hit me.
Nice. That seems good.
Is there anything I have to do?
No, you're just marking him.
Okay.
Let's see what it looks like. We'll mark him with this. Does that look like a hex to you?
Yep. That works for me.
Amara, you react next. The Great Hall is filling with undead creatures. There are several downed civilians already. What would you like to do?
I'm trying to figure out the range of some of these spells. Is Firebolt really only 5? Oh, it's 120 feet. Okay. When you look at the main screen, it says 5. I guess just stand still and hit the one that Silk did damage to with Firebolt.
Sounds good.
That only hits one target, right?
It does only hit one target, yep.
Okay.
You open your right hand, 2 fingers outstretched, pointing at the skeleton. Flame wreaths coiling around your fingers and flashes out at him. It hits him dead center mass, and a small gout of flame erupts on his chest. Go ahead and roll for damage.
I'm clicking it. Oh, I gotta click that. Yep.
A small firecracker level of flame puffs out of your fingers and harmlessly dashes against the zombie's chest.
Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. I guess my character says in voice.
Yeah, the dwarf turns to you. Try harder!
And then I'm gonna move right behind him and be like, "How about you do it?"
All right, Silas, you're up.
Oh crap. I
I'm
will
interested on that
move
side.
to engage these two down here.
Okay.
Is there a difference between the two? They look
There
different
is.
icons.
Yeah, this one here is a little more meaty, and the other one here is mostly skeleton, just bony. You don't have the religion skill proficient, but if anybody does, you could make a religion check now to identify them.
Okay.
Nope, I'm charisma.
But Dax, go ahead and keep up with your turn. Go ahead and keep up with your. Yeah. Oh wow. So both the both the paladin and the sorcerer apparently have had some experience with these creatures, and they shout out, "Skeletons and zombies! It's gonna be a rough night." Skeletons and zombies. The more meaty ones are zombies. They are much harder to put down in a permanent way. Skeletons are the rank and file of the undead army. They usually succeed by just raw numbers, although they do wear scraps of armor that make them slightly harder to hit.
Seeing that this one's a little bit thicker, I decide I'm going to attack the skeleton first. And I will use Minerva.
Nice. That's a hit, definitely.
Wish it attacked the zombie now. Shit.
If you click on Minerva's name, she'll roll damage.
Oh.
Ooh,
Are you raging?
No, I'm not.
Okay. There's a global modifier below the attack field. I think I probably toggled it on, but if you toggle it off if you're not raging, otherwise it will auto-apply rage damage for you. We can just ignore it if you want to leave it on. But you stroll up very slowly, very confidently to these two creatures that just see you and hungrily lurch towards you. You draw Minerva from her sheath, and a two-handed overhead strike, you cleave this skeleton, bifurcating him. You now have a left and a right half of a skeletal being. That chittering skull falls to the ground and falls lifeless. As Minerva kills it and you draw back, small red tendrils of energy leak out of the corpse and wrap around the blade. You feel invigorated. Dax has 5 temporary hit points.
Nice.
Do you want to stay where you are, or did you want to move?
I think I'll stay.
Baratus, it's your turn.
Drawing out my bow is just a free action.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I will disengage and take the attack of opportunity. Move back.
Ooh, misses. You're far too fast for him. You sort of juke left, he swings, and you're out of there before he realizes what's happened.
I'm gonna shoot that one.
Look at you guys focusing fire. Oh, a critical hit.
Yeah.
God damn, Chris.
That's a lot of fucking damage.
20.
Holy shit.
That's 22 damage. You draw back, you take one knee, draw, knock an arrow, and fire it faster than almost anybody else can even see. It goes right through his eye socket, passing entirely through the head and planting in the stone column behind him. It takes one step and then just collapses on the ground with the sound of cracking bone. That's one dead zombo.
Nice.
Halftor, you're up.
I do not, just to confirm, I do not see. Oh, I do see a shield.
Just to confirm, I potentially maybe see his shield.
Sorry, I was looking at the sheet and just
Yeah.
wanted to confirm that I had the shield on.
Yeah, you're
Okay. Oh, 10.
Ooh, unfortunately that misses. You close, you keep your shield up. Unfortunately, it's just getting in the way of you being able to land a good hammer hit.
Is Burning Hands just basically cone of cold but fire?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, man.
Oh, I wish I could cleave.
All right. I'm going to make 2 attacks against Halftor. He begins to be swarmed by these denizens of the dead.
Oh no.
The first one misses. It just gets a mouthful of plate pauldron as it bites down trying to get to his neck. The skeleton makes a short sword attack that is easily deflected by the dwarf's hefty shield. Silas, you're also in the verge of being swarmed. Several skeletons make attacks against you. The first one is successful. It does 3 points of piercing damage to you, but as the sword hits, it just kind of scrapes with this almost like nails on a chalkboard sound against your draconic scales, eating only into the shield that Minerva gave you.
Okay.
The second skeleton also stabs you. Oh, this time it shatters the shield and cuts slightly into your arm. You take 2 points of damage. The zombie next to him, trying to capitalize on that attack, makes a slam, but you're able to parry it. I think that's it for me. Silk, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna move next to Sventis' character. I'm sorry, I don't know the name.
Can you not see the name tags?
No.
No.
We can only see our own.
Yeah,
Oh,
on their
weird.
own.
See if I can fix that. He is Valenti.
Valenti, okay. I'm gonna move right next to Valenti. And I'm gonna shoot the zombie right in front of Halfthor, hopefully helping him out with my bow. This one. You said long click, right? Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, crit.
That is good.
All these
Bows are critting tonight.
So, basics, purely for the purpose of dick measuring, because it's not going to matter in this situation, but he is engaged in melee with a friendly, so you can actually sneak attack with a ranged weapon as long as you're within 30 feet. So if you toggle the box for sneak attack damage, or if you just want to roll 2d6 using the multi-dice roller, you
Where
can
do
get
I-
to add that.
Roll 46, John, because
Right,
sneak attack
right.
crits.
So hit the box for sneak attack?
Yeah.
Yeah, hit it twice.
And then hit sneak.
Yeah, one
And
more time.
Oh, okay.
13. 29 damage. I think that's the biggest hit so far tonight.
That might be the biggest one, period, tonight.
I gracefully shoot my shot.
Yep.
That's what she said.
Halftor is trying to shrug this goddamn zombie off of his pauldron that's still trying to bite through the steel that makes up his plate. Looking almost like he's asking for help, you just sink an arrow right into the base of the thing's skull and it just falls life and limpless. The weight of its body pulls the torso off the head, and there's still just this stuck zombie head on the pauldron of Halftor.
Hey, look, I got a souvenir.
You're welcome.
Do you want to take any other actions?
No, I'm just gonna end my turn there.
Valenti, you're up.
Okay, so kind of trying to reach what I feel is a gash on my back. I look at the skeleton that's moving towards Hathor, and I'm going to... So, just confirm before I do this. Spell, like, cantrips can be
Did I
used...
lose Discord again?
Probably, yeah.
Test.
I could hear him.
Test.
We can hear
Test.
Well, he sometimes loses it to where he can't hear us,
I don't
but
know
we
why
can
that's
hear him.
happening. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
guys. Go ahead,
No.
Sventis.
So when I used Hex, that was a first level spell. I don't have unlimited uses of those, right?
Correct. You are unique in the Warlock class that you get your spells back every short and long rest. So while you have fewer spells to choose from in any given moment, you'll regenerate them faster than any other spellcaster.
Okay. Because just confirming, I go to my character sheet, I go to spells, and it says, like, I'm looking, like, level 0 cantrips, level 1, level 2.
Mhm.
Level 1 has 0 slots total and 0 slots remaining. So I don't know if that's accurate or not, or...
That should not be correct. Give me just 1 second. It should be 3, I want to say, but...
I have 2 at level 2, but I have 0 at level 1.
I'm certain that that's not correct, but...
I think I have 4 actually at level 4.
They get them slower. Compendium says 4th level. You have sorry, the game is dragging a little bit with this many players.
No, it's okay.
Oh, sorry. Warlocks are different. You don't have slots per level, you have total slots. So you get 2 spells per short or long rest, and they're cast, like, it's misleading, because Hold Person is a second spell and Hex is a 1st level spell, but all of your spells are cast at 2nd level, since that's the highest you have access to, and you have 2 spells per short or long rest.
So I've used 1 by using that
You've
Hex.
used 1 of your 2, correct, yep.
Okay. Alright, well, and cantrips don't count, obviously. Cantrips are, like, free spells.
They're freebie. Yeah, you can use them as often.
Okay, so this skeleton right in front of Hathor, or Hathor, if I'm pronouncing that right, I don't recall. Hathor. Eldritch Blast.
Mm-hmm. The Warlock's bread and butter.
Yeah. Just click on Eldritch Blast.
Yep.
Yeah.
Interesting if Arcfey had Eldritch Blast.
That's a hit.
Yeah. And now in my character sheet, I go down to where for damage?
No, you just click the name.
Word Eldritch Blast in the chat window.
Oh.
Boom. 13 points of force damage. Halfdoor, you asked for help and you have received it. With one skeletal being still chomping away at your pauldron, the other one lunges at you for another attack, and this beam of almost otherworldly green energy smashes into him, blowing him to bits. And as the debris settles, small little tiny leaflets start raining down out of the area.
Insufferable rot.
Mm-hmm. Small leaf petals, not like paper leaflets.
Insufferable rot walkers, all of them.
Amara, you're up.
I exclaim, "How's this for trying?" And then I'm also going to yell at the same time. Trying to get the name.
Silas.
Yeah, Silas. Hey, Silas, watch out! And then I
boy.
cast, and then
Oh boy.
and then I. I got it. And I cast Scorching Ray on the 3, the zombie and the 2 skeletons that are near him. This one, because I can do it 3 times, so.
3 targets, yep.
This, and then this.
Okay, roll the first one. That is
One.
definitely a hit.
Do I roll it 3 times?
Yeah. Second one, unfortunately, is a miss. Oh, 2 misses. Roll damage on the first hit. 4 points of fire damage. You, make the finger gun symbol and just fire boom, boom, boom. 3 arcing beams of white hot fire shoot out, 2 curve around Silas, but because you spared him, they arc too wide and also miss the zombies that he was standing directly in front of. The one to his flank that's still attacking him gets hit center mass. The zombie, you can smell the flesh is starting to bubble and burn. It smells like burning fat on a griddle. It's quite foul. Do you want to?
Disgusting.
I just put a 1 next to the slots remaining, right? Or no, 2. Okay.
Yep, just count it down.
All right. Yeah, I'm just gonna move away. I see my AC. I'm not gonna stay near.
All right, Silas, you react next. This fiery young mage lady just shoot lasers all past your face and head, and then ran away.
How big is my cone?
Well, I mean, I hear it pretty big. It's 15 feet.
Well, I mean, from where I'm standing, would I hit 1, 2, 3? What?
So a cone is 1 square wide at 1 square away from you, 2 squares wide at 2 squares away from you, and 3 squares wide at 3 squares away from you, if that makes sense. For our purposes, I'd say you could hit this one, and this one. Those 3 that are in like a 90-degree cluster in front of you from where you are.
Okay, so if I were to move here, I could hit all 4 of them then, right?
That is correct.
All right, then that's what I'm going to choose to do.
You're gonna eat 4 attacks of opportunity if you do that.
Oh, that's a good point.
Decisions.
You know what? I can rage and get my damage resistance.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna use my bonus action to enrage.
Okay.
And I'm gonna take those steps away.
Let me make my slam attacks.
This is a fun cantrip.
So it looks
Oh,
like-
crit.
yeah, that's not great news. So we've got 2 hits, 2 misses, one of which is a crit. We'll roll damage really quick. Oh, that's bullshit. You take a total of 2 is 4, 1 is 5 damage, Silas.
All right.
And go ahead and make your action.
Yell back. Hey, you think that's hot? Watch this.
Nice.
How do I actually attack with that, by the way?
There should be a breath weapon entry in your attacks.
Yes.
Just click
It's
on
in
that.
No. Fudge. Where is it?
Oh, it's under class features. Yeah, it's.
Yeah. It's class features.
This is one of those instances where you may have to roll using the multi-dice roll. I'm not sure that it's going to actually clickable roll.
When you use your breath. So you got to make a saving throw for your guys.
Mm-hmm.
And then, what do I do? Crap.
2d6.
Thank you.
Mhm. Oh, you're rolling like me. Something is wrong. Yeah. You wrote, don't put in the D. That's a weird sentence.
Okay. Here, I'll just do it this way.
If you just slash roll 2d6, that's fine too. Yeah. All right. So Silas the Dragonborn lets loose this blood-curdling howl that echoes in the vacuous chambers of the Great Hall. All eyes are on him. He swells in size, almost doubling what is already a very impressive muscular frame. Corded muscles pulse with anger and rage. He carelessly turns his back on the zombies, takes 2 steps back. They strike on him, making no impacts whatsoever, and he just turns as his whole body begins to glow white hot, the scales radiating heat, and he just gouts this cone of fire enveloping all of them. Half of the zombies are half dead. There's now a ballroom full of flaming zombies. You guys have a very specific brand, and we are on it.
Hey man, I got a fiery personality.
Ha.
Zing.
All right, Baratus, you go now.
I am going to knock my arrow and aim at that zombie. And before firing, I'm going to turn my head explicitly towards Silk and Volante and say show offs and then shoot.
Nice.
Still looking at them. I'll take any penalty.
We're not even gonna look at where you're shooting.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, great.
Oh, expertly as only a showboating flirt can.
Right.
It's not a perfect shot, but he hits it dead on, right in the throat. Like that, you'll never know, and he'll never tell you where for sure he was aiming, but it's right through the throat of that zombie. Roll damage.
That's pretty good.
8 points. It drops, kind of hunched for a minute, struggling to kind of claw at the wound where the arrow is lodged in its throat. It collapses on the ground, but just a second later starts to drag itself back up, and it stands upright again with its head rolling back till its chin is on its chest. Did you want to take
Close
a
it up. Yeah, I'm gonna slide over.
Half-Tor, it's your turn.
Sorry. What Dax did was. Ah, damn it. Okay. I am going to.
Set fire to zombies.
Can everybody
Watch
see
them
the
burn.
characters' names now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I can.
Sorry about that, guys.
Yeah.
Silvalente.
Hey.
I'm going to move there and attack that one.
Okay.
Gala.
Gallo, yeah.
Ooh.
That's a hit for sure. 9 points of bludgeoning damage. You crush his skull into powder with one strike. The headless chicken zombie takes 3 steps, heading in the direction you were previously, and then just collapses, completely discorporating.
Actually,
Go ahead.
Where was I? I think I have a little bit more move, right?
Yeah, oh, definitely. You took 2 or 3 at most. Okay. Those pack of undead swarm Half-Tor, and the burning zombies lumber forward, pursuing Silas. We'll start with gangbang on Half-Tor.
Try. One quick question while you do that.
Please.
On this grid, do attack of opportunities occur on diagonal pieces?
Yes, on any of the 8 squares that touch the square you're in.
Okay, I wasn't sure if that zombie that moved past Silas's lower left square would get an attack of opportunity there. It's only leaving range, right? That triggers that?
Right, it's only when you're leaving their threatened area.
Yeah, okay, never mind. My bad.
No, you're good. These are all good questions. 18, does that match? No, it doesn't. You're at 19.
No, I've got a 19. Yeah.
Damn you. Unbeatable dwarf.
What I would give for Eldritch Blast to pierce.
They dogpile on top of Half-Tor, who puts his shield up over his head and kind of just goes full tanky mode. They're all just dogpiling on him, lashing, thrashing, bashing, and like heroic fashion, he just casts them all off with one eruptive throw, scattering them on the ground, and visibly no harm has befallen this dwarf. Let's see if Silas has the same luck.
Trying to save you, buddy, but my magic just ain't working right now.
Don't worry, Silas.
Okay, so one
On the
zombie
way.
slam is successful. It just squares up to you like, boxers in a ring, and it punches. It literally breaks its own wrist bone, hitting you right in the pectoral. Only 2 points of damage. For you, because of your bear totem, Dax, you are resistant to all except psychic damage.
Nice.
The second.
What the hell is a bear totem? Shit.
Oh, that's the subclass of barbarian that you are.
Oh, okay.
Totem Warrior.
I'd
Wow.
love to use burning hands, but then I would hit Silas.
The other skeleton that
I
you don't
know.
even see in your periphery comes with a downward strike with its short sword. You think about parrying it, but you decide not to, and you just take it right on your shoulder. The blade chips as it hits your thick golden draconic scales, doing only 2 points of damage.
I kind
So
of like
it's your
this.
Yeah.
You're
Alright,
just taking damage.
I'm coming, Silas.
He doesn't seem distressed.
Regardless.
You look at him, he's actually smiling. Like, through crooked draconic teeth, you get this wry smile, like he's actually having fun.
Oh, so I want to engage
Hey,
with my
back up!
hide, and I
He's a
want to
pit
move
fighter.
5, 10, 15, 20
Oh, he's
paces
back.
this way. I'm to here. I'm gonna pierce. I'm gonna attack this one. Oh, how do you do it again? Hold.
Hold it.
Sorry. And with my short bow, with another sneak. Can I use sneak attack every turn?
Yep, absolutely. Yeah,
Cool.
once per turn. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. So I'm gonna send a sneak attack. Hopefully pierce and get some damage on multiple. So just do I do short bow and then
If you just click, that's a hit. And if you click on the word short bow, nice.
Pretty good sneak attack.
Good lord.
So you don't need to roll sneak attack again. We only had you roll it iterative times because of
Okay.
and now that the box is checked, that global damage modifier will be applied. So you rolled your 1d6 plus 4 was the 9 piercing, and your 2d6 came up 4 and 4.
Cool.
So 17 points of damage. Again, Silas is fighting this one. He's laughing, having a good time. An arrow exits the forehead of the zombie right in front of him as it collapses, and he kind of gives you all the draconic equivalent to the middle finger, like you're robbing him of all of this fun. He was going to smash that one.
I just turn to Silas and give him a thumbs up.
I'm sorry, I
Say the
switched to talk in character. My bad.
Like,
That was
I
in
actually think
character.
I'm helping.
You have some movement left, Silk, if you want to move anywhere else. Or if you're happy where you are, that's good too. Oh no, Discord again.
No.
No,
No.
no,
We hear you.
no,
We
we
were
can
hearing
hear
that.
you.
Sorry,
Oh,
guys.
did I
I
get
know
lost?
it's just me.
I'm sorry. And my turn.
Okay.
Yeah, my internet.
Valente, it's your turn.
Okay, so 6 squares. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm in line with these two. I'm gonna actually 5 right there. I'm gonna aim for this zombie with Eldritch Blast.
Nice.
Click, character sheet, and Eldritch Blast.
A critical hit.
I yell, or I say, "Stay down, stout one." I aim the blast right over him to angle right past him.
Nice. Damn, 17 points of damage. Again, Haftor, you're watching. You see your friends in the periphery. You've done a good job of being this bulwark against the dead, keeping them away from your friendlies. This faint sound of almost like chirping birds draws your attention over your shoulder. You turn, and you're almost grazed. It singes your whiskers as this green bolt of eldritch energy passes right over your shoulder, completely decimating the zombie it comes in contact with, scattering it to pieces. Amara, it's your turn.
Don't I have...
Question: if I were to move here,
Hold on
and I
one
use
second. Hold on one second. Sventis?
I think I have one more movement square. I think.
Sure.
So I can get all my 30 feet per turn, right? Or
Yep.
once I move.
No,
Okay,
you can
yeah.
split it up, but before and after the attack.
Yeah, I'm gonna move back here and just over back up as I move away and motion to the guards. It would sure be nice if we had extra swords in this fight. And I end my turn.
Nice.
okay, so if I moved here and I used burning hands in this direction, would I be able to hit these 3, or would I have to be right here without hitting Silas?
Yeah, so like I never like it when D&D devolves into a geometry lesson, but
Okay.
I think if you were to be here, it's totally fine to hit the 3 and exclude Silas from the range. There is a way to do it, and so rather than us having to get protractors out, let's just say here's a good spot. And...
All right, so
If
I
you
move.
roll a 1,
It's gonna be funny, yeah. So I'm gonna move right here, and I'm like, all right, so maybe melee combat's more my style, and I hit. Oh yeah, I can cast this at a different level. No, it's just 1. I hit the wrong button, I think.
No, Sventies.
Okay.
Healing in combat is only done with healing spells or healing potions, and outside of combat, a short or long rest can restore hit points.
Okay.
I have to make a dex saving throw. Oh, that's
For all
best.
3 of them, yeah.
Not that one.
I love that last roll. All 3 of them take 13 points of damage. While they are distracted by trying to wail on Silas, who just seems to be having the time of his life, Amara creeps behind him and starts drawing glowing red glyphs in the air, and this storm of fire begins to build around her, swirling around her form, coiling down her arms until she puts her thumbs together and fans her fingers out, and just a cone of flamethrower's worth of fire just bursts forth from her fingertips, engulfing all 3 undead creatures, killing 1, 2, 3, as they're incinerated into ash before her power.
It's more like it.
Wow.
And then I think I have 2 move slots. I think because that was 20.
That was
So I'm
right.
just gonna. So I was gonna pop up and I'm just gonna poke Silas in the shoulder and be like, "How was that?"
Silas, I think she just showed you up.
That's
nice
just
to
in
see.
character of the.
It's nice to see that there's actually some fire behind those sparks.
Ah!
does it go into double rage?
Yeah. Alright, super secret double rage. Silas, it's your turn.
What, did you move around just to avoid hitting me? These are dragon scales.
Born of fire.
I don't think you
And-
wanna. I don't think you wanna discover what it'd be like if I hit you with those.
You said 6 squares?
Yep.
Is diagonal count as 1 or 2 or what?
So the rules as they are written, for some silly reason back to hexgraph days, diagonal movement counts as 2. I'm fine for just squares as squares. 6 in any direction is fine with me.
1,
But
2,
know that if
3,
you play it
4,
at another
5,
table, that may not be
6.
the... Yay!
And I'm gonna finish off this guy right in front of me.
Rob would say that finishing off a guy means something different.
Oh, quick question. Is there a, well, in the way a draconic sees a zombie kind of way, is there a downside to using Minerva repeatedly?
No.
All right.
She
well
is your
then-
magical greatsword and closest confidant.
Well, I do love my Minerva, so I'm gonna give her a little attention.
A little something, something.
Little stroking.
A little something, something.
Yeah, that hits.
Some strokey, strokey.
Oh. You slice into him at the waist, expecting him to come apart, and just one small bit of tenuous fleshy tendon holds the upper half and the lower half together. It's literally walking on its hands and its feet at the same time, moving a split form still towards you.
I glare at him and shout, "Rotting bastard!" There.
Baratus.
I am going to move right there and then look around and say, I think you guys have this all under. That's my turn.
Nice. Yeah, Baratus kind of just walks away from the fight, chatting up one of the ladies who's cowering behind the brazier there looking for cover. See
Yeah.
that shot I made? It's pretty good, right?
You know that girl you're talking to is dead, right?
You don't know that for sure.
Don't break his spirits.
Half-Tor, it's your turn.
Maybe that's his kink.
Maybe.
Just leave that stuff behind.
I'll hit the one that is almost dead. That one.
Kill him.
That hits.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, it's not your proudest moment. It's not your strongest blow for sure. But you have to basically use your hammer to pull his shield down, and you just bash him right in the center of his rib cage with your shield, just collapsing him. The head is still spinning on the polished stone floor. Do you want to take any move?
No.
Silk, you're up.
Sweet. All right. I am just going to. Cool. I'm going to use all my movement to move right here, and I'm gonna sneak attack this zombie with my dagger.
That is a successful attack.
Sweet. Ooh, piercing.
You murderize that skeleton, stabbing it repeatedly in the rib cage. Like out of habit, you're going for where like the vitals are. You're getting liver, kidney, spleen. Just reflexively, you know where the soft, vulnerable spots are. Not necessarily for a skeleton, but it's effective all the same. He did.
And I'll end my turn there.
Okay.
Alright.
Valente, you're up.
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Try, just out of curiosity, where are the windows in this hall? Are they the things right here, or?
Yeah, the top-down view. I wish there was an isometric setting, but it's hard for them to not look like bookcases. But yeah.
Okay. One zombie left. It'd be so easy to just blast him. Where's the fun in that?
Don't roll a 1 after saying that.
Yeah, I'll just Eldritch Blast him again. The one remaining zombie right here.
Mm-hmm. Who's got to be feeling just the tiniest bit outnumbered at this point.
I don't really care what he feels.
Brain.
Trick question. Zombies don't know.
Casually sauntering past the group, I turn my right hand,
Do know.
just point my fingers with a quick look. Eldritch Blast.
Excellent.
11 points of force damage. Again, the room sort of glows faintly green as you release it from the palm of your hand. It strikes him dead center mass, and viscera and entrails explode out of the chest cavity where your blast landed. But as the entrails touch the cool stone floor of the Great Hall, they become intertwining vines that begin to sprout flowers.
Touch it.
Beautiful.
Amara, it's your turn.
Oh, he's not dead.
He is not dead.
Alright. I move up to Valente and be like, here, let me see if I can finish him off. And then hit this.
Don't strain yourself.
That is a successful hit.
Damn, I actually did damage with it this time around.
You did. I mean, not a lot.
I know. Better than the 1.
Maybe you try to take a play at a Baratus's book and you just don't break eye contact with Valente, trusting that your arcane sense will see you through. And it just clips his shoulder, spinning him around in a full 360 once. The left half of the zombie is on fire, but it didn't hit center mass like you were hoping.
Oh well.
Silas, your turn.
I gave it my best.
Your chance to bring this home. Steal everyone's glory.
Yes. I'm done with this game. Silas says.
Okay, I thought you were like, what? You're not having fun?
Jeez, already bored? Damn.
Wow,
D&D
damn.
is not for me. You guys
question.
suck. I'm out.
Am I still raging or is it off now?
Yes. No, it's still on. Basically, as long as you're in combat, it'll stay on. I can't imagine a world where we go that many rounds. That's it. Oh, yes. And it stays dead. You cleave it, taking its head off at the shoulders, and grab the torso before it can fall, and like just take a bite out of its chest, leaving this just giant gaping bloody wound, spitting the mess on the floor in disgust and rage. Again, this weird sort of red tendrily energy exits the dead body and starts to coil around Minerva, and you feel emboldened. You have 5 temporary hit points for the next hour.
Ugh, sloppy seconds.
You turn and scan the room looking for more with Minerva in hand. For the moment, it looks like this wave of undead has been destroyed. You can hear the screaming and sounds of battle distant in the streets outside the castle. You can hear the grunting and bone-splintering sound of another wave of dead men. Suddenly, all of the fire, the candles and the braziers in the Great Hall begin to burn an eerily blue color. Then a disembodied voice echoes in the hall. "You have forgotten me, but the dead never forget." And a massive skeletal figure wreathed in cold blue flame suddenly appears.
Where does he appear? Oh.
Suddenly too close.
This massive skeletal figure clad in black armor, wreathed in blue flame, appears in the middle of the hall before you. He says again, "You will all suffer as I have suffered." His gaze, his skeletal sockets, no eyes, turn to the king, but none more than you. Suddenly, the princess collapses in front of him as a pale blue and green sigil of necromantic energy begins to trace over her forehead. He vanishes in a blast of blue energy that cascades across everyone present. He disappears, and you all look around, and all of you have the same faint blue-green glowing sigil of necromantic energy hovering just above your forehead. The same disembodied voice returns, echoing in the hallway, growing ever more distant with each word. "She will die, slowly, painfully, as you all watch, impotent to help. For only the light of creation can counter the touch of Vecna. And when she dies, so too will all of you. And then rise again in my service." And then the flames return to orange light. People in the room are just unsure. Some people are quivering, some people are crying, some people are catatonic in fear. One woman cries out, "The necromancer has returned! God save us all!" Rupert calls for aid for the princess, rushing over. He's smacking her cheek, trying to rouse her from consciousness, but nothing seems successful. An entourage, a retinue of people are rushed into the room. All of them are taking turns trying to examine the princess, but no one seems to have any information. What are you guys doing?
Can I
would-
do? I'm sorry.
ahead.
Can I do some kind of check on the type of magic to see if we could probably try? We're not going to be able to dispel it, but just have a better idea of it.
Sure. Make a knowledge arcana check.
I think that's it, right?
Yes, sorry. It sometimes takes a minute for me to see rolls from people. I apologize. Yeah, it's definitely from the school of necromancy, and it has the intricate lattice work that makes up this rune has like a clock-like component. You can see it as you're looking at the way the spell has been weaved. It's like it's ticking down to a deadline.
Uh-oh.
I would
You know
like
how I
to
don't
use-
like deadlines.
Are we still hearing the sounds of combat outside?
They seem to have largely died down. If you
I'm
go
going
through
to
the
use
window, go ahead.
a charge of divine sense. Is there anything undead around?
No. Everything here seems to be dead, which, dead, as opposed to undead.
Extra dead.
If you go to look through the window, all of the skeletal and zombie creatures now lay lifeless in the empty street. Some farmers, citizens, and guards looking like quizzically at each other, and then up at you, shrugging like, "Okay." Apparently, the power that animated them is no longer present.
I want to ask the king if that was the necromancer that he fought in the war.
As you approach the king, Griffin Winter stops you and says, "You can't talk to him now. He's grieving."
Well, if we're going to save her, he's going to have to talk to us.
He
I
crosses
try
his
to
arm.
be somewhat
You can
persuasive.
talk to me.
Okay.
You can make a
If I cast friends on him, will he get my? Does that mean he gets my my charisma check bonus?
If you cast friends on Griffin, your persuasion checks will have advantage.
My persuasion check was pretty good.
Then
Yeah.
could I do that then? And be like, no, it's urgent. We need to know. Just be kind of do like that.
You guys working in tandem.
Oops.
Haftor just more like zealously appealing to the pursuit of the undead, and Amara logically breaking it down for Griffin. He asks King Rupert if that was the necromancer that he fought in the war, and he says that it doesn't look like him, but his physical body was destroyed by the king. He senses his malice, though, and the way he spoke to him, he's certain that it was.
Does he know where he could have gone?
He does not know where he could have gone. I mean, he thought he was dead until just now. He's also very focused on Princess Gwendolyn. He's not even making eye contact with you, just kind of speaking to her face.
And she's just passed out, being slapped around, trying to be woken up.
Yeah, a small, studious, sort of thin, frail man tries to push his way past you. Griffin stops him for a moment until he sees who it is and then lets him through. He's got a satchel with him, and he opens up and starts flipping through this large spell book. And he places a hand on her chest and chants a few words, and this glowing, sort of yellowish light emanates from the core of his being. You can see it sort of burning through the clothes that cover his chest, and it radiates down his arm, softly flowing into her chest. But nothing happens. He looks stymied and frustrated. He just sits hunched back on the stone floor looking at his king, but he doesn't have words for him. Those of you in the know, he attempted to cast some kind of curative magic that had no effect on the princess.
And we all have marks on us.
We do
Yes.
too. Yes.
Yeah, each of you looking, you have the same marks, very similar, not exactly the same, but very, very similar to the marks that are on the princess. Let me.
So we can all see it.
Yep, everybody sees it. They look like this. Did that work?
Yes.
I'm currently not in game for a moment. I made a mistake. I clicked something I shouldn't have.
Oh,
So I'm getting back in right now.
Hang on. I'll just do it right here. Saventus, look at D&D chat.
Oh yeah, there we go. Okay.
I speak. There is no time for grief. Whatever affecting her is clearly affecting us. Should we not act now?
The necromancer said we have to find the light of creation. That's the only thing that can get rid of it. For whatever that means.
Then where?
You guys
Or
exchange.
is a paladin or cleric. One of the
The light of creation.
The light of creation. Is this something you're aware of from your god?
You can make a knowledge religion check, Haftor. It is a term that you've heard before. In the ancient religion, no longer worshipped at large here in Pendilor, the 12 gods. In the beginning, there was a dark and empty void until the light of creation brought almost everything that exists now into creation. Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, please continue.
But you don't know like how you wouldn't know how to acquire that power if it still even existed in the universe. To you, it's an esoteric concept, more like a creation myth. But it's certainly the only lead you have, and it's definitely worth exploring.
Is there, like, ask the captain of the guard if there's an expert in that type of divinity or that we can talk to?
He says, of course there is. We have the smartest, most clever man ever. His name is Erasmus. He keeps a library here in the castle's eastern wing. He snaps his fingers twice, and a small, blonde, petite serving girl comes over. He introduces her as Liza. He corrects himself, Princess Gwendolyn's handmaiden. Take them to see Erasmus. As you guys go to turn to follow her, she's quickly running out of the room because she has a sense of urgency about this dire situation. He tells you, I must stay with my king. Please do not disappoint me. Tell me my money has been well spent.
Well, you didn't waste your money.
So we already got your money's worth out of it.
To the library.
To the library.
All right,
turn
now that
back
I've
and
returned, I'm
say,
just...
you may owe us more by the time this is done. And I join the rest of the party.
Yeah. He nods, acknowledging that all debts will be paid. You are taken to the eastern wing of the castle, where massive double doors give way to a grand library. Bookshelves 2 stories tall line this room. A large alabaster hearth warms the center, where a reading table and lounging chairs are set in a semicircle. A complete whale skeleton hangs from the ceiling, and among all of this is a hunched man smoking a pipe while examining a thick tome.
I exclaim in delight because my character loves libraries, and I run up to several bookshelves and start perusing its wares.
There are many storied ancient tomes, some fiction, some non, works of mathematics and science and alchemy, and what is most striking to you is as large and meticulously kept as these books seem to be, the order in which they are stored is no organizational system you're familiar with.
Well, this is poop. And so then I just go look for something that might be helpful.
The young girl runs ahead of you, darting across the floor to the man smoking the pipe and says, "We've come for your help, Erasmus." He doesn't even look up. He takes another long puff of his pipe. "All of you are always in such a terrible hurry. What brings you to me this evening?"
This mark, show him the mark.
Well, we'll start with the marks on our forehead. Actually, question, like, do they see it, I guess, would be the first thing to figure out.
He looks at it. That's very interesting. Where did you get that?
Oh, it's the latest trend going around the city.
Where do you think we got it from?
Well,
Did
he
you
would
not
know.
see the undead in the streets?
Undead?
He was reading.
Is that what the commotion was? I was just trying to read my books. No one ever lets me read anymore.
Well, we're going to give you plenty of opportunities to read. We need information about this, if you know what it is, or the light of creation.
Yeah, light of creation?
He perks up. One of his shaggy, sort of caterpillar eyebrows raises when you say light of creation. What know you of this?
I don't know, but we need to have it.
Oh, young thing, the light of creation is not something one can have. The Liza, the handmaiden, sort of interjects, sensing that this is like kind of par for the course with poor Erasmus. Like, may be very well read, may be very intelligent, but is also extremely long-winded, and you can tell doesn't get visitors often, so maybe he's kind of milking this for every moment that it's worth. Oh, yes, fine. I'll tell you what I know. What were we talking about? Oh, right, the light of creation. And he takes a deep breath. At the beginning, there was a timeless void. Liza interrupts him. Perhaps, good sir, you could skip to the end of this grand tale? The situation is dire, and time, I fear, may be limited. Yes, of course, of course. He trails off as he just walks away from you towards the bookshelf. He retrieves a large, 2-foot book and just starts flipping through pages. He begins to talk again. Long ago, the old gods sought to punish mortals who no longer believed in them by taking away their sun. It was thought that darkness and cold would return the mortals to thrall and their worship would be renewed. The youngest among these old gods, a Monitor, could not bear to watch the mortals of this world suffer, and so he enacted a daring plan to steal the sun from the gods' treasure vault and bring it back to our world. This plan cost him dearly. He lost his impressive god-forged weapons and was brutalized violently by the guardian of the vault. But ultimately, his endeavor was successful. He had the sun and was ready to return it to the mortal world when he came upon another setback. A large, flaming wall had been constructed by the gods to separate the mortal and the divine realms. Divine. You know what would be divine? We should have some warm apple streusel. Wouldn't that just be lovely?
Stop wasting our time, old man.
Get on with it.
I'm sorry, what were we? Right, yes, a
Firewall.
Firewall. Oh, yes. A large flaming wall had been constructed to separate the two planes, the divine from the mortal. And he could not pass. His impressive godly form was just simply too big to cross the gate. He inspected it and noticed that this divine wall did have small cracks and tiny fissures in it. He thought for a moment and pondered. A solution. No god could pass through this gate without the Pantheon's blessing, but a man could. A small, mortal man could slip through these cracks. Then and there, without hesitation, a Monitor. A Monitor, like a manatee. Do you know that scholars believe that manatees are the origin of the myth of the mermaid? It seems to me that horny sailors would fornicate with just about anything on a long sea voyage.
Quit wasting our time, old man.
Back on topic, Grandpa.
What were we talking about?
Slipping through the gate.
Monitor.
Yes! He then and there made a decision to forsake his divinity. He surrendered his godhood and shrunk in stature, becoming the size of a man. Now he could fit through the cracks in this fiery barrier. As he navigated this tunnel, he became stuck at the very end, where it had narrowed down very, very small. He tried to crawl out, but the sun was so wide he could not drag it through this crack. He pried and he forced and he wrestled with it. Finally, he mustered all that remained of his strength to forcibly pull it through this fissure in the gate and into our world, and in so doing, tore chunks of the sun free as he did. But it worked, and he fell to earth on our plane, returning the sun to our world. But the small bits that had broken free from the sun settled in our world as small motes of pure divinity. These physical vessels embodied the very light of creation. And that is what you seek. He turns the tome he's been reading to face you. One page is this beautiful illustration of a now mortal Monitor walking through the divine flaming barrier. The other page describes the creation of a temple to honor the deeds and sacrifices of a Monitor. Erasmus goes on to tell you, this temple, tapping the book, is said to be found in the heights of the Towers of Solemnity, and within these temple halls lies the Solar Sanctum, an earthbound reliquary for all of the artifacts pertaining to a Monitor in his life. Surely if the light of creation existed anywhere, you would find it there.
And how far away is that place?
Can we get some directions?
Do you have a map?
He walks slowly. Always in such a terrible hurry. Do you doubt my knowledge and my wisdom?
Yes.
Absolutely not.
The Kingsguard is at stake here.
Looking at you, he gets like fearlessly right up in your face, like staring 2 feet straight up at your massive dragonborn face. He points to the library. Do you know that I have read all 77 of these books over the last 19,300 years? No, that's not correct. What are we talking about again?
A
Yeah,
map to the temple.
Oh, right, yes. The map. He walks you over to the globe in the room, spins it once, twice, 3 times, makes elaborate gestures over it, almost as though he's casting a spell. Yeah, he glances over at Amara and gives this kind of creepy old man wink, and then slows the globe and points to a mountain range northeast of Pendilor. Here, he points. These tall mountainous peaks of this region are known as the Towers of Solemnity, for monks used to create cloistered monasteries there to get away from everything. Somewhere amidst these towering peaks is the temple you seek, and your salvation.
Well, looks like we know where we need to go.
Going on a field trip.
Okay. He sits down in the chair, Erasmus, and takes another long drag out of his pipe, and he looks like, like he's expecting something. He looks back at Liza. My dear, where are the streusels? He's having fun. He's expecting this to turn into like a whole evening of discussion. You guys can turn and walk away if you wish. You're not going to hurt his feelings.
I'm turning around and leaving.
I run up to him. I say, based off of one of the flaws here, I run up to him, say, "Thanks, Grandpa," and then do a little kiss on his cheek, and then sprint out.
Nice. If you are successful and you don't all die, please return, and I would love to hear your tale.
Before we leave, I'd like to go over to the globe real quick and just take a quick glance at it. With the Wanderer trait, I should be able to commit most of the globe to memory for the general layout of the terrain.
Absolutely.
Go
Go ahead, Dex.
I was gonna say, questioning his knowledge. Since you know so much, old man, are there any dangers to be wary of when we get there?
The very peaks themselves will be dangerous, my lad. But surely a hulking brute like you should have no trouble climbing a mountain. Oh, and griffins. Griffins are known to roost there. Terrible, vicious, violent creatures. Ooh,
Sounds like my friend.
if you find a griffin, would you bring one back for me?
If you're lucky.
Oh, that would be splendid. Oh, bandits! Bandits, always bandits in that area.
I scoff at the mention of bandits, but I'm really excited about griffins.
He looks back at you and says, "Is the streusel coming?"
Yeah, old man, it's on its way. And I walk out.
He sits back comfortably in one of the chairs around the hearth and goes back to reading the book he was reading before you guys came in. Based on what you've learned from Erasmus, as well as the topographical map, it's going to be a perilous, difficult journey.
Can I say that I took a book or two that struck my query while he wasn't looking?
Make a sleight of hand check.
Oh damn.
Nice.
Damn.
You wave to him goodbye, holding the book.
Exactly.
Every single person in this room watches you very inelegantly walk over to the bookcase and just start taking book after book and shoving them into your coat pockets. Like Liza's looking at you, rolling her eyes, like, "Please don't. What are you doing?" And as you kiss Erasmus on the cheek, he says, "Oh, thank you. That was lovely. Oh, and what a great taste you have in books. I have several just like these."
Yes.
Liza takes you out of here and asks if you'll need any special equipment or provisions for the road, knowing that it's at least a 5-day journey by horse to the Towers of Solemnity, this mountainous region that you guys are headed to.
We should make sure we have like rope and stuff.
Is that sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I have rope.
I was going to say, the equipment is specific to our character sheet, right? Like, we all have...
Correct. Yes. Everybody has either the Adventurer's Pack, a Dungeoneer's Kit, or a, like, professional-specific equipment.
Should I add books to this list?
Sure.
Can I do a nature check to see if I know anything about that particular area?
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess just
Right.
favorite books.
Break the nature.
Baratus, you confirm what Erasmus had said, that it is a known Griffin roost. It's definitely going to be challenging. You know that if we're heading to the area of the towers that you are familiar with, there are areas that are just sheer mountain faces that will literally need to be, mountain climbed. No hiking trails, no paths. You're literally going to have to climb, which you're comfortable with, but maybe not everybody is.
Awesome.
I don't think my character would be very normal. That wouldn't be normal for Amara.
Liza takes you down then, out of the East Wing and out of the castle, introducing you to Paxson, who's the owner of Paxson's Provisions. It's an outfitter and supplier who guarantees the lowest prices in all of Pendilor. She speaks to him privately and sets up sort of like an account in the king's name, and tells you to take all that you need to be provisioned for this dangerous journey. So
what do you recommend for mountain climbing?
Definitely get some extra rope. Get pitons. I'm not sure. I've heard it pronounced both ways. Climbing boots, perhaps heavy wool clothes to prevent exposure to the elements. But otherwise, I think we have most of what we need. Unless anybody can think of any last minute. What I need is a 10-foot pole kind of thing.
The general path towards the mountains. Is it going to be mainly open field, or?
Yeah, you travel over out of the Kingsfield Valley for a day and a half. It's just open prairie land. Then it will start to become sub-mountainous with sort of rolling foothills until you start hitting this very rocky mountainous region. You'll be able to get most of the way there on horseback easily, without overtaxing yourselves or the horses.
I guess we should probably just pick up the what you suggested. Definitely.
Pitons, climbing rope.
Yeah, grappling hooks.
Wool jackets, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
That we're not dying.
Is there an active list where we can see all this? I'm sorry, I must miss that. Or is it just common sense stuff we're naming?
It's just common sense stuff we're naming. The Adventurer's Pack, I think... I'm looking right now. No, damn. Like, the entire contents of it, I don't know if you're going to be able to see that from your character sheet.
No, it just says Explorer's Pack.
But it contains many things.
The bedroll, mess kit, tinderbox, 10 torches, 10 rations. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It seems like right underneath it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So you have like basic survival equipment. We're just getting some extra rope and some climbing gear, some cold weather clothes, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Need to stay in my lane. I
2
keep
weeks of rations.
Yeah. Being archery, I keep thinking I'm basically a druid. I am not a druid. I keep.
All right. Your shopping venture draws to a close pretty quickly. Paxson is quite pleased because this is a large order. He's hopeful that someone will eventually pay him for all of this. Once you're done there, Liza takes you to the stables where horses have already been prepared for you. She says if there's anything else she can provide, she's very worried about her friend. Ride fast, ride hard, and be safe.
Sorry, I do have a question before we completely move on.
Absolutely.
I don't know if this has anything to do with the race or not, but do I have any resistances to elements? Like besides fire, like being exposed. I mean,
No, just you take half damage from fire being a golden dragon.
and for climbing gear, would I need like the same kind of stuff they would?
Yeah.
I would pick up climbing kit for myself, whatever that entails.
Yeah, myself as well, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'm sort of fast tracking this. I didn't want it to be shopping simulator. Everybody has the necessary gear to scale a sheer mountain face should the circumstance call for it.
All right.
You guys are ready to ride out then?
Why don't we rest up because we just battled?
I was gonna
do that before we hit the mountainside.
I was gonna say, am I still injured or?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, we
Yeah,
should probably
Maybe
short
rest,
rest.
yes.
Short rest, or do you want the full 8-hour treatment? The way that the game handles healing is if you take a 1-hour break, it's called a short rest, and you can spend hit dice rolling them to restore lost hit points. Or you take an 8-hour long rest, it's called, and that restores all of your HP to full and gives you all of your spell slots back, all of your abilities recharge.
yeah, I think we should go for a long rest because.
How long is the trek? Like, we may have an opportunity to long rest on the way.
The
Five
Erasmus
days, right?
said 5 days, yeah. And
So we're just gonna naturally probably get a long rest spot while we're going.
we'll have to
Riding
camp.
horses.
Yeah, I would just short rest now. Like, that's an hour, kind of as we're getting ready, and then go.
Sure, I'm fine with that. As you guys depart, several citizens of the town have come to see you off. You get the sense that Princess Gwendolyn is kind of universally loved and adored. Everyone has come to give you flowers. One guy is even offering you the 15 gold pieces he has in his personal savings if it'll help supply this adventure.
No. Keep your money, please.
Everybody cheers and claps. You know, there goes the heroes of Pendilor. Surely they'll save her. Nothing can stop them. And you ride out into the night now. It's, well after sunset. You guys, how aggressively do you want to ride these horses? Do we want to basically stop only for 6 hours a day, ride them real hard, or do we want to just kind of take our times, like say 12 on, 12 off?
Is there a reasonable watering, like a stream or something we can water them if we ride them hard along the way?
Let's
I don't know.
Travis make a survival check. Your knowledge of the local landscape.
Wouldn't what was her name? Wouldn't Valente have a basically photo memory of the trek there based off of the globe?
Yeah, you both. Conferring together, you agree that there is going to be a large river that is almost a 14-15 hour ride from here, but if we pushed hard, we could get there, maybe set up camp for the night, or for the next night there. Give the horses a little chance to recharge. You could plot your course accordingly.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to recommend we do. Push really hard to get
Yeah.
there, then take our full rest and let the horses recover.
These are royal horses, right? Like they're
Yes.
yeah, they're good quality. They can make it.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple of days isn't going to burn up a horse.
They're good quality, but they need love and care.
Oh boy.
Well, you can love and care them at night all you want, basically.
I'm brushing them from behind.
I ignore Halfdoor's comment. At my horse.
Since Baratus and Valente have a sort of natural connection to the wilderness and the wilds, I will let you guys work cooperatively to successfully navigate the troop of adventurers to our destination. One of you will be helping the other. For the purposes of the die roll, only one of you makes the roll. We'll call that the person who's helming the roll. Which one of you wants to make the roll?
I'm assuming that's Baratus because my survival is only 3, and despite being a warlock, my nature skill is literally 0.
Yeah, my survival's 4 and my nature's 2, so.
Yeah, so
Boom.
you lead and I will help.
All right. Baratus, make a survival check with advantage. So you roll twice and keep the better of the 2 results. Nice. 16. the long travel of the first day ends exactly where you and Volante thought it might. There's this beautiful meadow with a spring that kind of runs right through it. It's picturesque. It's a great place to stop. There's some wild edibles that can be gathered here. It's a pretty low camp spot. Say again?
Nothing. That was a bad joke.
Oh.
Making a hot joke, probably.
Nice. After the sunrise on the next day, you guys travel forth. You start to enter an area that's one of the many portions of Pendilor that are known as blighted zones. These are areas that were the battlefields during the War of the Necromancer, and the energy and death that happened here were so potent and so negatively based that nothing grows here anymore, leaving this beautiful mossy plain with a bubbling brook running through it. You're now traveling through this, barren dust bowl landscape where only jagged stones remain and half-dead trees collapsing down on themselves. Volante, it almost hurts your heart to spend too much time lingering in this area.
I miss grass.
So we've had our full rest now, right?
Yes, everybody's
And we're
full hit
fully
points.
healed, recovered.
Yep. Please make those changes to your character sheet.
Thank you.
You guys ride for 2 more days. This marks the halfway point to your journey. Baratus will need the same role, assumingly that Volante is helping you with her knowledge of the globe. Make your survival check with advantage. Beautiful.
Yeah.
You guys are an excellent team. Your path now heads almost directly north as you were traveling largely west before, because it's the easier way to come upon nicer camp spots and drinking water for the horses. Now the hard part, the trail that you've planned turns hard north. The road becomes difficult. You're starting to see massive hills and towering mountains rising up before you. Okay. Heard. You eventually reach the area marked on the map as the Towers of Solemnity, and you can appreciate why they're called that.
I did not
Oh
think
my.
they would be quite that vertical.
You have to tie up the horses, and there's a long half a day's just hiking these switchbacking trails at the base of the mountain until eventually the path kind of just ends in the dead sheer face of these massive steep cliffs.
I could have sworn these were smaller last time.
Someone did not do a good job selling me on climbing a mountain, quote unquote.
Oh, you're lucky they're not trees. They would have actually grown.
Mechanically, if we're ready and prepared to as a team climb, anyone proficient in the athletics skill will not need to make climbing checks. Silk, your extensive background and your class feature of second story work means you can also climb this easily. And you are all in awe of Baratus as he just walks straight up the sheer cliff face, saying, "This shouldn't be too hard at all."
And I'm just struggling up, being like, "This is not what I signed up for."
So
the climbers will set the pitons, and we will attach. And when we fall, we won't die. Hopefully,
I like Pete.
Right?
At what level is proficient?
Proficiency is an absolute state. You either have proficiency in that skill or you don't. If you look at the skill section, it'll be the ones that have the check mark in the box.
So athletics, huzzah!
Yep.
Hey, me as well.
So is there anybody in this party of 6 that isn't...
I am not proficient in athletics.
Okay, but everybody else I think is good, right?
I am not.
Okay.
I'm 0, but I got seconds.
Yeah.
Secondary work. And I have a crowbar. I don't know. I can work my way up there.
Yeah, you can work it, girl. Silk climbs very, very fast, finding decent handholds and footholds. Silas is just old school. He's got this nubby old dagger that he's literally just punching into the stone face whenever he can't find a good handhold, and he's just climbing up by brute force. And all of them just keep shooting daggers and making hateful comments at Baratus, who is literally just walking flat-footed up the sheer stone face, having some hardtack and dried raisins from his pack.
Fucking half elf.
I heard that.
You heard
Well-
nothing.
Yeah, we all did. And keep climbing.
Sorry, I'm too far ahead of you guys to hear your crazy comments.
So how
No, you're not. You answer.
Valente seems to sort of be riding herd, so to speak, on the two inexperienced climbers. It's amazing to watch her climb because as she approaches a sheer face where there's no longer a handhold or a foothold, she just whistles softly, and this perfect little nodule just melds out of the stone to accept her hand. And once her foot is off of it, it just sinks back into the sheer cliff face.
Why can't you leave it for just a little bit longer to make it easier for me?
Oh. There is no room for caution in a life lived to the fullest.
Nice. You look back and catch Amara once just whistling at the stone. It didn't work for her.
I thought I was supposed to be good at magic.
Using this methodology of sending our good experienced climbers first to set safety lines and pitons, I need the two of you who are not great climbers to go ahead and make an athletics check for me now.
Yes.
Nice.
And also, just so everybody else is aware, in these situations, I almost always roll.
Yeah.
Oh
I've got a
no!
long history of falling down stuff.
I am the most dexterous rogue in my other campaign, and I will trip and fall when balancing in any situation.
Ugh.
Yeah, he pickpocketed like one of the main evil guys of our campaign in plain sight to steal a treasure back. Awesome. Then it's like, hey, just jump this little 6-foot chasm. Cool, dead.
Jeez.
Wait, did he actually die?
No.
Okay. That would have been funny.
All right, Amara, you effortlessly scale on the rope that these people have set for you. You are like a natural climber. It turns out maybe this is a hobby you should have indulged long before
More
now.
into? Yeah.
Halftor is another story altogether. You
Kick the-
struggle.
Kick the stone and say, I thought we were friends.
Yeah. Stone cutting my ass.
I yelled
Wait a
out,
minute. Are we trying to
"No."
hold the horses up with us? What's taking so long?
I know a good story about this.
Yeah, everybody
Hey,
keeps
if you want to
yelling at
ride
you.
me, you just need
Just-
to say something.
Just take off the plate and leave your shield.
It was a very short story.
Traditional dwarven stubbornness. He just keeps trying to climb along. He gets about halfway caught up with you guys, who are now like at a good, safe ledge resting spot, and you watch as he grabs a handhold that all of you have used before, but under the weight of this large, muscular dwarf in his full plate, it just comes loose in his hands, and you can watch his eyes go wide as saucers as he just kind of falls backwards off the sheer cliff face. Quickly, all of you above,
Grab the
tighten
rope.
your muscles against the rope and hold fast against the stone face. Twang! The rope goes taut. Andrew, you take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as the slackline goes taut, crushing your innards a little bit. And you're just slammed into the cliff a little bit, and
Oh,
they offer
hold
to pull you up.
Hang on.
Go ahead.
Before that happens, could I have had enough time to cast Featherfall on him?
If you wish.
Well, then I'll do that. Before
Okay.
he takes 4 points of bludgeoning damage.
Andrew, you start to fall. You feel like that sort of gut-wrenching sensation of being weightless for a moment. That sudden, like, gravity is a real motherfucker, and you know it's about to hurt. And then suddenly it doesn't. You're just floating, not falling. It's an incredibly slow, controlled descent, and you feel almost weightless. You're just drifting as a small gust of air breezes past. It actually blows you like 6 feet left and right of the cliff face until you just very gingerly hit the edge of the rope, and it pulls taut, and like a balloon, you sort of just bounce up a little bit until the weight carries you down again.
Pull
You're
me
gonna
out.
owe me. You better owe me one.
So try to climb back up.
Sure.
How long does Featherfall last?
With advantage. A Featherfall should last, I think, a minute.
It's a minute, so he should have at least some
Yeah.
have it for a little bit of that climb.
Oh, so with advantage, you said?
Yes,
Because
please.
of Featherfall?
Because of Featherfall.
Oh, see, now I don't need it.
Thank goodness. Yeah. Getting it, it's like the difference between normal gravity and like 0G training. Like, you just start taking 10-foot leaps at a time from one foothold to the next handhold, just body lengths at a time, because you weigh next to nothing. You get caught up with them very quickly. Proudly, like, people are impressed. How is he doing that? Dwarf, how are you doing that?
Because I didn't say it very loudly. I guess.
Fooled you, didn't I?
And then I think I have a cantrip of whisper, and then I just kind of whisper, "You're gonna owe me or a message." I'm gonna be like, "That was me, by the way."
Nice.
I'll wink back.
Perfect.
Continuing this way.
He's got the healing spells.
Exactly right. Woo!
Yeah, can Veratus throw him?
Probably.
Yeah, just grab him with the Featherfall, throw him up the mountain.
I'm going to load you into my bow. I don't want you to panic.
Who would have thought such a fat round thing could be light as a feather? Let's toss him up and let him lay some acre points for us now.
Nice. Using this methodology, it's actually very successful. You guys spend the better part of an afternoon. The sun is getting low in the sky, although you are so high, it's still well lit at this altitude. And you can see the top of this tower is in sight, and hopefully you're where you're supposed to be. As each of you, just with the last bit of strength in your arms, pull yourself over the ledge. An old stone temple lies before you. A massive set of stairs are carved into the cliffside, and it ascends to an ancient and weather-worn stone structure. Recently lit torches light the path, and the view from the stairs is breathtaking.
So we're all rested up and ready to go, right?
Yep. Like, looking at the stonework, is there anything that I can tell about its origins?
It is incredibly old, and yeah, this would be a fine time to take a break. It's very old, Andro, and it was worked, all of this, non-magically. Each one of these steps and every facet of the stone structure that you're heading towards seems to have been carved meticulously by hand. This must have taken, decades. And as we ascend to the Temple of Amanator, we'll take our 10-minute break. Try to be back by 8:10.
You got it.
We only have an hour left total, or are we going longer than that?
My plan was to go to 10. I think we're on track for that, but it kind of depends what happens next.
Okay, cool. 10 minutes. Be back.
Yep. Off comms. I'm back. I think we still have a few minutes in our 10, but if everybody's back, I guess we could proceed.
I am back.
I'm here.
Oh, you sound weary.
I'm a little tired. But I'll make it.
I feel like I missed my ready check button.
Right.
Dun-dun-dun.
I'm just looking to see if I could order food, so I don't have to be leaving. I forgot to eat dinner, but I'm just perusing Uber Eats right now. So no biggie if we start.
What about Venties and Dax? Are you guys back?
Hello, I am back.
Hello.
I
Now
hope.
we are just missing Dax. Who may or may not be taking an angry poo.
Try.
Yes.
Actually, it should be on my character sheet. You originally, when we were choosing our characters, they all had like special items in their what they
Inventory?
had. Yeah,
Mhm.
I just can't remember what Valanthe had. Was it the rust bag of tricks or the magic?
And the shield.
What does the
What
is
sphere
this
of power or
magic?
whatever I have do?
So, if you go to the third tab from the left in the upper right-hand corner, it looks like a folded newspaper, and it's called Journal. In there, you should see a tab for handouts. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yep,
And
down
in
at the
there
bottom.
should be every magic item that you guys started with. You'll have to check your inventory for names, but Sventi's, yours is the Rust Bag of Tricks and the Sylvan Protector.
Yeah, I just have it called Bag of Tricks in my inventory.
Mm-hmm. But if you
And
click on
the-
it from there, it'll give you a little pop-out handout that shows you what it does.
When I click on it, it just gives me a thing to like edit its name.
Hmm.
Not for me.
You don't
No,
see
Did you
he-
scroll down?
He means in the journal, Spenties.
Yeah, in the journal. I thought you said on my character sheet.
No, yeah, I was saying you'll have to look there. Since I
okay.
don't have the loading page up to get the names.
Yep.
Lab, your character has the Chime of Opening and the Tear of Surtur.
Oh, I don't have Tear of Surtur in the list. I don't think.
Yep, Terrasarter, Pearl of Power.
No, I'm talking about in the actual list.
Okay.
Mistakes may have been made.
It's fine. There is a Pearl of Power. I don't know what that does. That's what I was
If you
asking.
click the Tear of Surtur Pearl of Power, it'll tell you what it does.
Oh, look at that!
Amazing!
Wow. Oh,
Is-
so I get a free.
An extra spell slot, essentially.
Yeah, nifty.
Is Dax back?
Yes, but I'm muted.
Okay. That's everybody back, right? Did we? Unless we lost basics to sleep.
No, I'm here. Just reading.
That's me. Sorry, I don't know. My phone does. When I restarted my computer, I had to log in through my phone real quick.
Yeah, you know me. I've got tons and tons of Discord troubles. All right, gang. Let's get back into it then. The party had just finished an impressive climb to the very top of the Towers of Solemnity, looking out over this hand-carved rocky edifice that probably took decades to create. There's a stone staircase ascending to the Temple of Amanator, led by torchlight. As you guys step forward, the first few steps up this massive stone staircase, the air around you feels statically charged. And as you step farther forward, that charge intensifies until the hairs on your arm begin to stand on end. There is suddenly a flash of soft blue light as glowing runes on the floor of the staircase and on the wall of the mountainside to your left begin to hum and glow.
I would like to use Divine Sense.
Okay. Activating your Divine Sense, you do not detect the presence of any undead demons, devils, or angels.
Can we have our sorceress review this arcane, possibly? I don't like being zapped by glowing runes.
Oh, come on.
Sure. So is that an arcane check?
Yes, if you get close enough to examine the runes,
Sure, I would like to examine the runes.
you're gonna die.
I examine the runes.
Make your Arcana check.
I'm not dead.
Uh,
You don't know that yet.
you approach Amara, and as you get close enough to inspect the glyphs, they immediately deactivate, and the static energy around you has dissipated. The cursory glance that you did get at it suggests that it was some kind of magical ward, a barrier of some kind that would prevent some creature or some type of creature or being from entering this area. It does not apply to you as you pass without incident.
I'll give it a try and walk on through.
Just as before, the glyphs suddenly hum to life, glow bright blue, but as you cross the center line, they just go dim and dark again. The sound vanishes and the hair on your arm settles. You pass without incident.
I'm just going to go walk up the side of the wall and around all of these runes.
Nice. Classic pragmatist, why take chances? Baratus sidesteps it entirely.
I shrug and walk up.
Same before. The glyphs hum to life and then just as quickly deactivate once you've crossed the threshold. The same happens for the rest of the members of the party as all of you are able to pass this threshold without incident.
Oh, all right.
Apparently, you are not the kind of people that were intended to be kept out of this place, which is either terrifying or extremely comforting.
It's probably the undead that doesn't want to be in here.
You guys walk up the stone steps following the path that's lit by torches. The sun is just starting to set. It's getting a little shadowy casty here. And as you approach the entranceway to this massive carved stone temple, a small, slight monk in monk's vestments limps out of the stone archway. He stumbles once, regains himself, and stumbles a second time, just collapsing on the ground in front of you. His light brown hair is matted and stained with blood from a wound on his head. His clothes are dirty, torn, and blood-spattered.
I'll go over and check him out.
Make a medicine check.
I would like to assist with that.
Make with advantage, Haftor.
You're no help.
Jesus.
Yes.
Am I sensing any danger?
You conclusively decide that this young man is covered in blood.
I guess I'll go and potentially do a medicine check.
Okay. Dex, you don't sense any immediate danger or peril here.
Can I tell with my lackluster medicine check whether or not he's still alive or dying or
He's alive. He's unconscious. Mara comes up and offers her assistance. The three of you putting your heads together have determined that he's concussed most likely. The head wound looks bad, but probably not life-threatening as long as he's tended to.
I can use cure wounds on him. Halves.
Okay.
I do not have anything that would help.
Roll your d8.
So, 1d.
Nice. Baratus kneels down beside him and takes some herbs and starts grinding up a poultice from his pack. Asks you guys to step aside and give him some room to work. He applies the poultice over this man's head and wraps it in some bandages, and then gently mutters a few soft words in Elvish, and there's almost a flicker of radiant light leaving his hands, and the monk's eyes slowly and softly open. He takes a minute getting to his feet, and you keep him steady as he tries to stand, but he's no longer bleeding, and he seems much healthier, and he's happy to see you.
what's going on inside?
He cups the poultice in the wound over his head. I don't remember. Oh, I was preparing for evening meditation. We were attacked by bandits. It's not entirely uncommon. They come here sometimes seeking to pillage the offering plate. They know that we won't resist.
Bandits all the way up here?
For mild reward but no risk, it does happen.
Bandits in my neck of the woods?
Touching himself. Thank you. I am called Kieran. Welcome to the Temple of Amanator. What brings you this far? Are you pilgrims?
We were attacked by evil and are hoping to find
The light of creation.
Oh, we don't tell them our secret.
I probably do.
Tiny.
Stop being cryptic. We're here for the light of creation.
Yeah.
He, hearing the words, like there's immediately just no register. He doesn't. I don't know what that is, friend, but if you've come seeking salvation and warmth, I can offer you those things. I perhaps could even prepare you an evening meal. All who are pure of heart are welcome in this temple. You may pray with me or stay as long as you wish.
Well, thank you for the thought, but I think the bandits should be the more pressing of the matters at the moment. Where were they? Are they still in the temple?
I don't know. I don't know how long I've been unconscious.
Did his wound look reasonably fresh when we were inspecting it?
I mean, reasonable. The blood on his forehead and his clothes hasn't turned brown from oxidization yet, so it hasn't been like terribly long. But the blood that you had to clean off the wound to dress it wasn't warm either, so somewhere in the maybe 1 to 2 hour sweet spot.
Well, then we should probably search the temple to make sure there's nothing evil here, eh?
He tells you you're welcome to explore the temple in its entirety. I don't think you'll need weapons, friends. No one here wishes you harm.
Except for the bandits, apparently.
Yeah, and I suppose no one wished you harm either. Says Silas as he walks past him, checking him with his shoulder.
Yes.
He basically turns you guys loose into the Temple of a Monitor here. He walks with another older monk who helps steady him. He tells you that he's grown up here in this temple since he was a child, almost 35 years now, and has never seen or heard of something called the Light of Creation. He knows every inch of this temple like the back of his hand. Would be happy to show you any chamber you wish to see.
Guess we go on looking.
Could you tell us what these wards are on the stairs?
He tells you that they are the blessings that were granted to him by a Manator. Him and his monks for generations past keep and maintain them. They do not permit the passage of the impure.
Then how did the bandits get in?
He tells you that life does not exist in black and white, but always in shades of gray. A man who steals is not necessarily evil.
Ugh, some runes of protection.
Clutching your sword, magic is weak.
A man who steals may not be evil, but a man who travels out of his way to a temple to steal is almost certain.
And that man can willingly meet the end of my sword. Minerva's thirsty.
Nice.
Amara kind of sweats considering she went to a temple of knowledge and stole books.
Mm-hmm. Uh-oh. Oh no, the monk casts black petal cotton.
Oh
no! So you spend some time walking with him as he walks you through each chamber of this temple to a Monitor. It's beautiful, and as we talked about, painstakingly crafted. Each part of this is literally hewn out of this part of the Tower of Solemnity. It's all carved out of one piece of stone. It's an amazing feat of engineering. The rooms are beautifully appointed with statues and tapestries and paintings depicting the life and many sacrifices and adventures of the demigod Amonitor, including the story that Erasmus told you in the library. But after you spend, almost a full hour walking with Kieran, you've seen all that there is to see here, and you are no closer to the light of creation. I would like everyone to participate in a skill challenge. That's cooperatively working towards a group-wide success before a certain number of failures are incurred. So put your heads together, think about how we might want to approach searching this area, and we can talk through some skills that can be rolled. So one example might be the investigation check to just kind of go over everything with a fine-tooth comb one more time. A perception roll, something like that. What do you guys want to do?
Yeah, I would say my knowledge of stonework, I would be looking for things that, are meant to look like they belong, but may have something hidden behind them, like trapdoor.
Yeah, because they say this. The idea with this thing is that it was like building a piece of cloth from one thread. There's no standing pillars or things that were placed and moved. It's supposed to be one solid piece of rock that's just been chipped and sculpted into a temple.
Mm-hmm.
So that would imply that anything like a hidden door or a secret passage.
I mean, there might be a magically hidden door, so you could probably look for some kind of Arcana check, depending on if we find something fishy with the the investigation one.
Also, try real quick. What time of day is it at the moment?
It's about 6 p.m. The sun is setting low.
Okay, because I was gonna say this is a temple to the light of creation. Generally, one would imagine that if we were here in the middle of the night, we might not be getting the thing that we're looking for. Generally, a temple to the light has light in it.
Correct, and the sun might hit a window in just the right way to to bounce the light and point us in the right direction.
We need Mayan
Yeah.
mirrors.
We're gonna Indiana Jones this shit.
All right.
Exactly.
Are
Best
there
investigator.
are there any small little beasties nearby that might be able to assist, like rodents
Make
or
a
something?
survival check.
Yeah, how the hell do I do that?
Roll
Quick survival.
skill.
Right. Hey, what's wrong with that? Oh, core, right.
Did we see any other people besides him?
There are a couple of monks that are walking the halls, including the old monk that's kind of helping him maneuver. They are not super talkative, but that's not to be, unexpected from a group of cloistered monks. Survival 5. No, you're so high up. It's there's not a lot for you to pick. No beastie friends for you to make.
If we ever need to have a conversation with someone, I have a 6 advantage on persuasion, and intimidation.
Okay, so let's cobble together this skill challenge. Who's our best investigator? Who wants to roll investigation?
I'm proficient with, but only got a 3 in it.
It's better than mine. I got a flat 0.
I got a
Alright.
flat 0 and no checks.
Let's have Silk roll investigation.
Yeah. Decent.
You just start going over everything that you guys saw again, just running your dagger along parts of the wall looking for some kind of hidden seam, knocking on doors looking for hollow spots, like just the whole shebang. Someone can make a perception check, whoever's best at that, or whoever wants to helm that roll.
I have a 4.
I have +3.
Perception. Yeah, not me.
Baratus, why don't you go ahead and make that roll?
Ooh.
Nice. Very strong. You're doing the same thing, following behind, trying to apply logic to the design and the space of the building to make sure that there aren't rooms that are actually smaller inside than they ought to be. You're working that angle. Lav, you mentioned wanting to try to intimidate or coerce some of the monks. Do you want to try singling one out for a little? Not
Yeah,
intimidate.
I could do a persuasion. Yeah,
A light conversation.
persuasion, right?
Make a persuasion roll, please.
Damn. That was
Maybe
I-
the guy just fixated at the stolen books under your coat there and just can't focus on the words you're saying.
So try does are we allowed to? Well, I also have good persuasion. I don't know if me making a roll would take away. Would you consider that not allowed or?
Normally I'd like to try to keep them to unique skills, but in this situation I'd let you double down. You guys could work as a team.
Okay, I will roll persuasion as well.
Nice.
Good.
Collectively, you guys have spent 40 minutes going back over everything, thinking about everything together. You broke up into teams of 2 to sort of tag team the problem. Valente and Amara spent some time talking to the monks, trying to grease palms and see who knew what. No one seems to be vocal about anything. They don't seem to know about any secrets. They're very open in sharing everything that they know. The only point of interest that all 3 of you have is the domed room at the center that has a fresco painted in the ceiling. Is both a room that Kieran has asked the monks repeatedly not to linger in, and you guys have Andrew and Chris doing some stonework cunning and some perception. There's something about the geometry of the room that doesn't seem right. And Silk, you and Silas spent some time in that room as well, and there was something odd to you. The painting in the ceiling depicts the glory of solar radiance at high noon. It's the period of highest insolation, which is very important to this religious order. And there are 2 massive, 3-foot wide golden discs inset into each of the opposite walls. One golden disc depicting the power of the rising sun, and the other depicting the power of the setting sun. But you've talked it through twice now, and you confirmed with Silas, who believes the same thing based on his understanding. The disk of the setting sun is affixed to the eastern wall, and the disk of the rising sun in the western wall.
Is it fixed in there, or is it able to be moved?
As you approach it and look, you're kind of trying to force it. It looks like it's inset, not permanently attached, almost like a round peg in a round hole.
Okay, so knowing about my chaotic nature here, I'm just gonna be like, well, this isn't right, and then I swap them.
You start prying the bottom of this massive golden disc out of the wall, and it chunk comes loose and falls fast and heavy to the ground. Make a strength check.
Straight strength.
Yes, please. Unfortunately, the metal disc clang drops heavily to the ground as you cannot lift it. It's 2 solid feet of gold, and it's thick, almost an inch thick. You'll need help maneuvering this to the other side of the room.
Well, then will somebody help me, please?
Sure.
Me and the barbarian can probably handle this weakling.
Ouch!
Silas walks over and just kind of like palms your entire head, just gently, ever so gently. Doesn't have to be, but he is gently pushing you aside, and just with one hand picks up this massive golden coin, tucks it under his arm, and starts walking to the other side, while Haftor has just unseated the other one, and they swap positions.
I whisper audibly enough for them both to hear show-offs.
Flexing just
Why
a
don't
little.
you spend years in the arena?
Are you setting the discs opposite so that the setting sun is now in the western wall and the rising sun in the eastern?
Yes.
There is a sudden and violent shaking in the room. Dust and light debris rain down from the domed ceiling as a portion of the wall to the north begins to break away with the thud, thud, thud of large stone blocks hitting the soft temple floor. Before you lies a large iron door, and at its center is a starburst pattern that contains an elaborate keyway.
I can open that.
Elaborate
Go ahead.
keyway.
And then I
Your
use
lifting skill.
I use one of my charges of the chime of opening.
Not to be outdone, Amara stands shoulder, like good horse stance, solid stance in front of this iron door, and says, "Back up and allow me to do the heavy lifting." She deftly draws this small hollow metal tube out of her satchel and just flicks it once. Ting! But that tinging sound begins to reverberate and starts shaking the entire room. It becomes louder and louder. You can feel it in your chest pumping and thumping until you hear click, click, click. The tumblers inside the lock have all opened, and the large steel door cracks open ever so slightly.
Well, I can't open this.
The muscle steps in to help pull and push this massive door open. You discover a previously unknown antechamber to this temple. As you enter, the air is heavy and stale. A thick layer of dust covers everything. But you can clearly see the room's simple layout. It's approximately 15 feet by 20 feet. As you walk in, there's an ornate astrolabe sitting right in the opening. To the far left of the room, offset of center, is a large stone bowl set upon a pedestal. Are you guys visual people? I have made a crude map of this.
Sure.
Yeah. So we're in the southernmost bit?
Yep.
Oh, lovely.
Alright. So we have a bowl and
Don't
I walk up
touch
to
it.
look at the astrolabe.
It's
Good.
an
Look,
ornate
don't touch.
arrayment of heavy copper spokes that all seem to orbit this large central glass sphere. It's been hand blown, and it looks like it's one of the artistic representations of Amanator's sun, the sort of crest of his religion.
Check to see if it's magic, I guess. Nope.
Yeah, there you don't immediately detect any. You don't see any runes, any obvious things. But the time and craftsmanship involved in this, you would not be surprised if it had some magical properties or was part of some ancient magic rite. Someone wouldn't go through the laborious, painstaking process of building something so beautiful and intricate if it was just going to sit here in the dust.
Yeah.
Put the orb in the bowl.
I would like to. Can I go over and I'm going to go over and Arcana check the bowl just to be certain.
Sure.
Yeah, and can I investigate this orb and see if it's like got any traps or something?
1 second. The pedestal does have a series of runes carved around its base. You identify it as like a transmutation school of magic effect. The bowl sits on a pedestal, but beside the two bowls on either sides are short metallic poles that are attached to either side of the dais, and each of these short stocky poles is covered in sharp twisted metal spikes, and at the base of each pole is a small copper channel that seems to feed into the central bowl.
Blood for the blood god.
Blood for the
Sounds like a
skulls for the
bloody
sculptor.
good time.
Is there any religious significance to that setup?
1 second, I want to jump back to the investigation check on the astrolabe. What did you want to do?
I just want to see if like, so it's got like a bunch of copper orbital like, am I like
Yeah, so
gyroscope?
like, yeah, exactly like a gyroscope, like a sixth grader's solar system project.
And can we tell what's in the middle of it? Is it something of importance, or is it just like a?
It's a
iron orb?
glass sphere that's been painted yellowish golden, and it is the exact sort of size and shape and color of Amanator's sun crest, and the outer spokes all seem to be planets or celestial bodies.
Do they have any writing on them anywhere?
It does. It's in like an old form of common that was only now really spoken. It's kind of like Old English to English. You all can read it. It's depicting the 8 planets in this solar system and the 4 cosmic bodies that govern the phases of the seasons.
Let's see.
Is there
Would
a
it be
ninth one
possible?
hidden there that's been broken off?
No,
It was a
Pluto is
joke.
not a
I'm
thing.
sorry.
I was gonna make that joke too. Or I was gonna say poor Pluto, but somebody started talking.
Oh my god, I'm actually wearing that shirt today.
Oh, perfect.
All the planets in a group hug around the sun, and Pluto's off in a corner by
Try.
itself.
Yes, sir.
The golden orb in the middle of the astrolabe, does it look like it can be moved or taken out by any chance?
It is the only part of this that doesn't look like it can be moved.
Huh. Well, I was going to
That's no
suggest
fun.
with the egg in the nest, but
Can I
Well,
pick it up?
maybe you could move the align the planets on the astrolabe. Maybe I don't know if that would do anything, but
I'm not particularly keen to touch anything exactly, but I think we're out of options.
Is the Astro whatever fixed to place?
The astrolabe is heavy and attached to the large stone like pedestal, like a
Got it.
plinth.
I'm gonna go walk around the rest of the room and just look and see what else is there.
do an investigation check of the rest of the room.
That seems fair. Give me an investigation check.
Walk around.
Same number.
You spend some time in this room. It is featureless and without other surprises that you can find, save the stone bowl on a pedestal and the astrolabe in the walkway.
It is indeed a room.
Yeah.
The bowl. The bowl has two small, stocky rods, like 6 inches tall, that have jagged metal spikes all over them on either side. And each of those spiked rods has a copper channel that feeds into the stone bowl.
So my question was, is there any religious significance to that? Like, would I recognize? Like, it's painfully obvious what we're supposed to do with that, but in an effort to tell us.
So based on the knowledge that you have of the religion surrounding the worship of the 12 and the story that you heard in the library with Erasmus, a significant facet of these devotees and their belief to a Monitor is sacrifice. That giving of yourself is paramount to their belief structure.
Well, someone's going to have to do it. I'll grab both spikes and squeeze.
Afraid of needles.
Haftor, you approach the stone bowl and you grasp the jagged metal. You wince slightly. Dwarven stoicism be damned. It hurts. There's almost like a supernatural desire to want to squeeze harder. As you apply pressure, the jagged metal digs deeply into the palms of your hands, and blood begins to flow out of your hands down your wrist, being funneled by these copper channels into the bowl. As your warm blood begins to fill the base of the bowl, there's a small grumbling, sliding, stone against stone, as a small section of the stone floor beneath you begins to rise up. Slowly at first, it's grinding ever so gently up out of the floor. T, you've taken 5 points of damage.
Okay.
I'm going to basically immediately heal that with Lay on Hands.
Okay. You go back to 40. The blood keeps draining out of your hands. The copper bowl's base is now fully coated in your warm dwarven blood, and this stone monolith keeps slowly grinding up out of the stone in front of you. You take another 5 points of damage. The bowl is now a quarter of the way full. You're starting to feel a little lightheaded.
Seems like someone else should start.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll heal the damage, but step back.
Dwarf should look a little weak. Let me step in.
Have to make a wisdom saving throw.
Looks like I'm staying on there.
Silas says, you look pale, dwarf. Allow a real man to do this. But you refuse, and you plant your feet and say something to him in Dwarvish about seeing through the things you start. And you clench down on those spiked rods harder than before. Blood squirts out of your clenched fists and feeds the bowl even faster. You take 10 points of damage, and this stone monolith keeps rising up out of the ground. It's now, 6 or 7 feet up out of the ground. You take another 10 points of damage. The bowl is now more than half full. The blood has completely washed out of Haftor's face. He's white as a sheet and gaunt.
Can I pull him off?
Can I intimidate him to tell him not to stop? Or did that do anything?
Haftor, do you want to try to release?
Yes, please.
Okay, then as the dragon tries to pry you off, and as the sorcerer tries to talk you down, you may make another wisdom saving throw. Nice. You release your hands. You have just jagged punctures all over the palms of your hands. But as soon as you let go, this stone monolith slowly begins to sink back into the floor. You're at... Yep.
Yeah, 20.
Alright, Silas.
Your turn, Silas.
I grab on without even waiting.
Nice. You grab in. Maybe as a test of manhood, maybe as just a dragon competitive thing, but you immediately go to like full white knuckle squeezing, small spurts of blood ejecting out of your clenched fists. The pool is the blood bowl is rapidly filling up. The stone monolith in the center begins to rise farther and faster, 7 feet, 8 feet. You take 10 points of damage, Silas. The blood bowl is now nearly full, sloshing with the combination of your two bloods. You take 10 more points of damage, leaving you at 29, when suddenly this stone edifice, click, 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 stops, locked in place. You release reflexively these jagged metal handles, and the blood bowl slowly starts to just drain of your blood.
Alright.
This impressive stone slab is a rectangle carved from a single piece of stone, approximately 8 foot tall and 4 feet wide, almost a foot thick. It's covered with elaborate runes that all share a solar motif. There are words etched into it in a language that only a few of you understand. Who speaks Celestial?
I do.
I think I have language comprehension. Let me just confirm that it lets me.
What do you mean? I've got divine magic and shit, but I don't speak celestial?
We got Baratus.
Oh, never mind. This is only stuff I. Oh, wait. Nope, never mind. I could cast comprehend languages on myself, and I could interpret any language I either hear, or if I'm putting my hand on a text, I can understand it.
Okay. Are either of you two fine with translating it for the group, or would you guys like to know what it says first and then decide how to disseminate that information?
I would translate for the group.
Okay.
Do you want to do it, Chris, or should I?
I can do it. I just know the language, so.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
You trace your hands in these ancient carved ruins, kind of like dusting them off as you go. It just says multiple times, scrolled up and over and back down this large rectangular monolith. The path to the solar sanctum is revealed by Amanator's light. As you're reading this, you see Kieran poke his head in this large stone door, staring at you guys. What have you done? What is this place?
I just fixed what was wrong.
You're the one who lives here. You tell me.
By the 12 gods, I lived here my whole life. I've never seen this.
Maybe you should.
He's trying to read the language. His honestly, like, is not great. Like, Baratus, you speak it perfectly. He's misconjugating, he's mispronouncing, but you kind of steer him in the right direction. He gets to the same conclusion. He's just in awe of this place. He takes a moment to kneel in quiet contemplation.
Is anyone blessed by Arathis?
Path to the solar sanctum is revealed by Amanator's light.
Yeah, I'm trying to decipher that.
I whisper in Draconic under my breath, know-it-alls.
Try.
Are we looking for his light?
The astrolabe is it like a gyroscope? Like do the rings rotate, or is it like one solid disc?
No, it's gyroscopic. The rings move.
Okay. Can I ask for a little bit of space here real quick from the other members? I'd like to position myself right behind the astrolabe real quick. And I would like to cast Prestidigitation. I'd like to manifest a little ball of light, trying to manifest it like inside the glass ball. See if that does.
I help with the prestidigitation, I guess.
Okay.
Is this allowed? Or
sure. Yeah. You create a small. It looks honestly like a firefly that just flies around inside the glass dome, illuminating it. Nothing happens, but it does give a flash of insight for some members of the party. Does anyone have in this group have proficiency with history?
Only when it comes to stonework.
I just have a straight up proficiency with history.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that check. Nice. Once Valente has cast the firefly inside the globe that's casting light in this astrolabe, Amara, you are incredibly well schooled. You've, the most expensive universities. You know that the planets are in the incorrect order. The planet closest to the sun in this arrangement should actually be third from, and several of the other ones are out of alignment. You hadn't noticed it until you could see their labels, but the astrolabe is misconfigured. This pattern is incorrect.
I guess can I move it around to where it would be correct?
Sure. Make an intelligence check. Just basic intelligence.
I'm not good at that.
That's the same, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, for you it is.
Right.
You manipulate them to the best of your knowledge and memory from school. You click the last one into place. For a moment, nothing happens. You turn to offer someone else to check your work. Did I miss something? And then suddenly the glass orb at the center erupts in brilliant white plasma. It blinds you almost. It's painful to even, with your eyes closed, be in the same room as this brilliant light. The warmth and brilliance quickly subsides to a much more manageable level. But as you look, all shadow in this room has been cast out by the brightness that the astrolabe is causing, save the shadow cast by the stone monolith against the north wall.
Is it a flame?
It's a perfect black shadow.
No. Is it a flame?
In the orb.
In the orb.
Yes.
Like, if I were to use control flame, could I pull some of that flame out and then move it to the other side?
Sure.
I'm gonna try that. So
you draw magically some of this brilliant fire out of the astrolabe and manipulate it. It starts swirling around you, circling your body, sort of like a small moon might. But as the fire leaves the astrolabe, the ambient light in this room dims and normal shadows return.
I think it's
Put it
supposed
back.
to stay
Put it
in
back.
the ball.
Put it back.
As you return the fire to the astrolabe again, whoosh, it's just massive burst of brilliant white plasma that dispels and casts out every shadow in this room. You don't have a shadow in this room. The only thing that is casting shadow is this large stone monolith at the center that is projecting a perfect black rectangle against the northern wall.
Maybe it's a doorway.
The door. Yeah.
I go around to check this.
Go to the door.
As you guys approach the shadow being cast by the monolith, it suddenly gives way to a burning wall of swirling light and flame. You can feel the heat as the cauterizing flames before you churn audibly.
Can I do that same thing and try to move control the flames and move it out of the way again?
Sure, you reach out with your hand and try to draw the fire off of it. You get no response whatsoever. You suspect that what's before you is not actual fire.
So is it a thin veil, or is it thick that we can't even see past it?
It's flush against the stone wall, but peering into it, you see depth.
Whoops.
Damn.
I think
Seems like it could
I
be
just
that.
want to walk up to it and touch.
Okay.
Unafraid of any challenge, Silas walks up to it, trusting that his draconic resilience probably protects him from flame. He's elbow deep in it before Amara tells him, "No, it's not fire!" But your arm has crossed the plane into this flaming, cauterizing abyss. But there's nothing. There's no pain, no burning. the tips of your fingers feel almost like a pulse, like a breeze of cool air.
Hey, feels good.
Feels good. It's
Take a step.
what?
Listen, I know.
I don't.
I
Somebody
know-
else verify this crazy guy's talking about putting his arms in fire and it's fine.
Well, maybe it's just a portal.
Yeah. Silk, if you step through after Silas, you immediately die.
By all means, walk through, find out.
Silas bravely takes one step forward and disappears through the wall of churning fire.
Oh, this can't be too bad. And I run in it.
Same story. I imagine all of you are following suit.
Yeah.
All of you step through this burning wall of fire. You are instantly whisked away. You appear on the jagged stone steps of an unfamiliar temple. You arrive on top of a set of crumbling stone stairs with a large archway in front of you. Powerful winds rush across your face and almost unbalance you. You turn around and discover you are standing on a small island of floating stone. Looking down, far below you, the temple of a Manator is barely visible. You are hundreds, maybe thousands of feet above the tall mountain peaks of the Towers of Solemnity.
Guys, don't fall!
Has a Half-Thor come through yet?
Yes, at this point everybody's through.
Oh, Oberon, that is very far.
I playfully push Valente, but not to any level of danger.
I look at Half-Thor and say, "Hey, you like to float? Toss you down, you'd be safe, right?"
Dwarf balloon. Toss me. I'm a dwarf.
Dwarf balloon?
I feel you like slightly push me. I put one hand on the stone wall to brace myself, the other one grabs your wrist, and I stare death at you.
What? I'm just playing fun.
As you guys are joking and joshing with one another, you hear a reverent and almost hushed voice behind you. The Solar Sanctum. You turn to find Kieran has followed you through the portal. He is in awe of this place. This is like the culmination of his life's work, essentially.
So
Awfully
know this
ambitious.
place.
Awfully
You,
ambitious.
and then
for a monk.
I kind of look at him and I jokingly be like, "You really should have changed those discs a long time ago, huh?"
Yeah. He looks at you like he still doesn't get it. I mean, obviously he never saw the problem with that, so your jab at his intelligence doesn't resonate with him. Andrew, can I have you just drop down to HOTS for 1 second? I'll be right back, guys. Mix yourselves.
Oh.
I do not like this place. I miss trees.
This place is great.
I love it. I had to walk through fire to get here.
Oh, good for you. Good for you. I imagine you felt right at home.
It reminds me of Mother.
I haven't felt at home since I last touched grass.
You could always climb back down the mountain.
You need to get out of the forest more.
We're no longer on a mountain.
You're more than welcome to come join me in the forest. Assuming you don't mind leaving for quite a while, but...
Don't mind leaving.
That wasn't a joke. We don't make those jokes. They get old very quickly. You try joking with a tree that's 2,000 years old.
You don't leave me alone. I mean, I've been
Oh my god.
I'm
Stop.
out of character. Second,
okay.
second boss of Darkheart Thicket.
Oh yeah. Leave me alone.
I just make a bunch of puns based off of that with no context in character.
Some of those jokes just didn't land either.
No,
It was like, wait, what?
didn't make any sense. Like the entire tone of the entire dungeon, and then it was just like this one treant that's possessed that's making like leaf puns. Like what the fuck? But I now feel better. I have pizza.
Nice.
I ordered pizza yesterday and my nephews ate it all.
It's unfortunate.
I know.
You should tell Bill.
I really hope we haven't done something wrong.
You can blame it on the Dragonborn who walked through fire.
No, we didn't do anything wrong. I think what he's doing is he's it's something that only he would know, his character would know, so they're deliberating, probably.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, something religion-based, since he worships one of the old gods.
Nizoth pops out.
Yes.
I was like, hold up, wait a minute. Something ain't right here.
Thanks, guys.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Dungeon Master.
So he doesn't look injured or anything anymore. He's like, because he was super injured, right, when we found him.
Mm-hmm.
And he's
there
not
might
hurt.
have been healing properties to passing through the gateway.
I knew I was right to be suspicious of this dude.
Well, I was just thinking, like, now that he's here with us, maybe it would be a good idea that he's not, like, on the brink of death. But if he doesn't need healing, it's fine.
He doesn't. He seems entranced by this place and is very interested. He starts walking with you guys. The stone stairs continue ahead of you into a domed building. The large hallway before you has ornate carvings on the wall. They look like a language, but no one here knows it. Ancient and beyond the ken of any of your intelligence. Kieran runs his palm over the ancient stone carvings and reads something aloud, like he can understand this language. Those seeking the power of a Manator must face first the Archon's judgment. You guys continue walking through this massive hallway that terminates in a large domed room, perfectly hemispherical. Kieran walks to the center of the room and says, "Travelers, you've come this far. Are you prepared now to face the judgment of the Archon?"
Wait, who says that?
I wanna
The
know why
monk.
he didn't tell us this before.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Kieran the monk says that.
Why he
Uh,
didn't, like he knew nothing.
Assessing all of your surprises, he gestures to Halftor and says, "Ask him."
We all turn to Halftor and
Yeah,
look at him.
easily look at him.
I get my weapons ready and just kind of nod towards him and say, "He's the Archon."
And we have to fight him?
He waves his hand across his face and down his chest in what looks like a shimmering mirage. The facade of Kieran the human monk fades away, and before you now stands a massive 10-foot tall, intensely muscular, humanoid dog person.
I knew he was evil! I exclaimed.
Well, he's not evil.
No, I know, but that's what my character says.
Yeah.
This'll be fun.
He says out loud to all of you, "The judgment of the Archon is as follows. You have proven yourselves to be both wise and cunning in finding this secret temple's hidden location and deciphering the gateway to my sanctum. You have proven yourselves to possess fortitude and resolve in traveling so far and not turning back. You have proven yourselves to be of a generous and sacrificial spirit, offering Kieran aid, and sacrificing your very essence to achieve your goals. All that remains now is to judge your power and make sure you can protect what I will bestow upon you." With that, the domed ceiling collapses and fades away. Small chunks of the central stone circle that you're standing on begin to rise up into the air, floating some 60 or 70 feet above the sanctum. Kieran conjures a large, brilliant orb of energy, casting it high into the sky, its light and warmth mimicking a small sun. He draws his sword and says, "Come, heroes, test your might." Let's roll initiative.
Oh boy.
Woo.
My.
I knew exactly what I was gonna look like.
Oh.
How's our damage? Is it still what it was?
No, you guys have been healed back to full, crossing the divine threshold.
Thank you. Very generous.
It seemed to be more just a test of what you were willing
Holy
to
shit! That means I rolled a 1 on that.
Well, I didn't get a 5 this time, so that's...
Who are we missing?
Oh, I didn't pick myself before I rolled. Sorry.
No worries.
Ugh.
You could have rolled a 1 like I did.
All right. Valente, you're the first one. This is not your first time in the presence of a divine being. You're less starstruck than the rest of them. This pillar that you're floating on, there are several others around that are at varying heights and distances from you. The first thing that you note is that this large, muscular dog creature is wielding a cruel, jagged-looking greatsword and has a golden belt cinched tightly across his chest. His rippling muscles are impressive. But what's more so is that the wind at this altitude is so blustery and powerful, you worry that, one or two false steps might knock you off of this platform into your doom. What would you like to do?
Oh, that's a lovely way to start. I want to try and use this, but after that discussion, I feel like my fuzzy object just will go flying in the wind. Can I move through a space that another player is technically occupying?
As long as you don't end your turn there.
Yeah, okay. 1, 2, 3. I'm gonna move myself over here. From here, I'm going to bonus action. I am going to attempt to hex our friend here. Hex on. Well, okay. Does that do something terrible, or
No. So hexing is it doesn't require an action on your part. I think it's just whenever you deal damage to a creature that is hexed, you do an extra 1d6 necrotic damage.
Yeah, you place a curse on a creature that you can see within range until the spell ends. You deal 1d6 extra necrotic damage to the target whenever you hit it with an attack.
Mm-hmm. And that's the bonus action, right?
Yes. Choose one ability. When you cast a spell, the target has disadvantage on ability checks made with the chosen ability. Blah, blah, blah. So does that mean I name like with curse I would name like strength or?
Sure.
Well, I think that just means you have another action you can use.
Well, yeah, that was the bonus action, but
right, you're debuffing, so to speak, one of his ability scores. So
yeah,
strength, dex, con, intelligence, wisdom, or charisma.
Yeah, so
any ability checks.
So even with me rolling a 1 on that hex, does it still apply to him, or did I miss?
Oh yeah. That's just rolling the 1d6 damage. That you shouldn't have actually rolled that.
Okay, yeah.
So you
I'm
just
going to
what debuff you want?
Yeah, so strength -1 on Kieran, on our Archon friend here.
Yes.
And then I'm going to attempt to Eldritch Blast him.
Sounds good. That hits.
Alright. Then, where's damage again? Right there.
Just click the word Eldritch Blast.
So how would I click this, and then I would roll 1d6?
Yeah,
for the bonus?
or you can just click Hex again.
Okay. I'll click Hex again. Click the Eldritch Blast for 10 force.
10 points of force damage.
And then the Hex does a bonus 3.
Nice.
That's pretty good.
So
your Eldritch Blast, green radiant energy from your palm thuds right in his chest. He makes no effort whatsoever to dodge it, like almost like he's waiting to assess your strength and power. It thuds against him, and the little like spore seeds and flowerets that normally spawn from it are just caught in the wind and whooshed off the platform.
Are we supposed to be able to see his health bar?
Do you see bar or numbers?
We see a
see a
bar.
bar.
Yep, that's intentional.
Okay.
Okay. And then for my final move, I'm going to move right there.
Ooh, that's ballsy.
Oh wait, 1,
Self-hero.
2, 3. Yeah,
Wait,
right
is
there.
he Can I tell if he's like physical or a magical being? And is he flying at all? Is he levitating?
He's not flying. He's standing on 2 dog-like feet. But the fact that he's a giant dog man suggests he's probably magical.
I mean, have you seen the Anubis things from Encourage?
This one
I would imagine he
fall
looks like
down.
that.
Because I have these ball bearing items I want to use to see if he can fall down. Because you'll have to use have to do a dex savings.
Wait, are you gonna have him trip off the edge?
Not off the edge, but just on his ass. Get a little stabs in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, some little bit of stabby.
So I want to first use my hide spell, so I can undetectedly come right here next
So
to him.
there's nothing for you to hide from. Like, there's no way to break line of sight with the enemy.
Okay.
You could technically hide behind somebody, right?
Not here.
Okay.
Look at an empty parking lot. Ninja vanish.
Try the arrow at the top of the screen. That's the wind direction, I'm guessing, or?
It is. Yep. Good read.
Okay.
Wait, what? There's an arrow top. Oh shit.
Because I
So,
would like to
basics, are you going to stab him, or what's the deal here?
well, I want to throw these ball bearings I have in my pack.
Okay.
They allow me to cover 10 feet of ground, and anyone standing under them or on top of them will have to take I think it's a dexterity saving throw. But in order to do that, I have to move here next to him. And then, does that take an action? Throwing these this item?
I would say it's a bonus.
It's a bonus. Okay.
What is a bonus action?
Well, that would be
It's
considered like my
within
dash,
the
right?
action economy. There are 3 things that you can do on a turn. In action, which is most commonly used to make an attack or cast a spell. A bonus, which is like a small kind of insignificant action. A lot of characters have a unique item, a special effect that only happens as the bonus typed action, and then movement. Your
Okay.
ability to 6 squares.
Okay. So we can do that, and I'll throw 50. I have no idea how the items really work. If it one use for this fight.
You dump a pouch full of ball bearings at the area where the Archon is standing. He takes 1 step on them, flattening all of your tiny little steel marbles into discs.
All right, I smirk, and I attack with my dagger. Oh man!
Oof.
Critical failure. Yeah, perhaps intimidated by his massive size or the fact that you really like those marbles. Your dagger
They're
strike goes
barbarians.
really wide. He just has to turn a little bit to the side to completely avoid your dagger. Silas, it's your turn.
I move to go behind him. Or not physically behind him, but that position.
Mm-hmm.
Fly into a rage. And let Minerva do the talking for me.
That's a hit.
Nice. Nice.
You run like around him in circles as you're sort of trying to assess his martial strength. He hasn't let his guard down once, and that's good news to you. You've been really spoiling for a good fight. You arch your shoulders back and let loose your cacophonous dragon roar again as everyone watches as your body swells with draconic fury, almost doubling in size. You then just charge brazenly at him with a two-handed overhand strike. He brings up his own greatsword to block it, but the force of your blow strikes his own sword back into his chest. He pulls it out, fresh blood covering his own blade. Half-Tor, your turn.
Mr. Dwarfman.
He's too busy playing WoW.
No. I was
Yes.
He was
thinking about
looking,
whether or not I wanted to blow my load on this boss battle.
Good
he was looking at TSN.
That's it. Oh no, excuse me, that's a miss.
All right.
Yeah, your hammer swing tries to follow up on Silas's wombo combo. You aim to just hit him in the small of his back, but almost with supernatural speed and agility, he brings his greatsword around to parry your warhammer. This might be more a fight than you realized. Baratus, it's your turn.
Quick question. Did I get my Cure Wounds back going through that portal like everybody else got healed?
You did not.
Okay. Then I would like to use Zephyr Strike. Increase my movement to 60. And
Don't
then
strike Zephyr.
No. Oh. Maybe later.
I was about to say, why are we killing Shaman now?
And I will pull out my bow and shoot.
Oh, does the arrow get advantage because it's going with the wind?
Don't matter. Crit.
Roll that damage.
Damn.
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
Woo!
Holy shit!
Hey,
Good
that's
lord.
30 damage, right? That's better. That's our new previous best.
Yeah, that's the new best.
Basics. Remember, you were hot shit.
I think I hit 28.
Oh my god, he's only at half HP.
Yeah, after the great sword attack from Silas and a deflected blow, you've found a moment of vulnerability, and you fire 2 arrows, knocking one your fingers, firing. He brings up his great sword to deflect out of midair the one arrow he was expecting, and the other one lodges right in his shoulder, just above his pectoral muscle. He howls in pain as he turns sideways, and you can see it has come out the backside, but is still lodged in his dense muscle.
Ooh, he didn't like that.
Quite painful. After your turn, Silas makes a loud, resonant baying sound that fills the air around you. Suddenly, the air goes incredibly still, and then just as suddenly, it all rushes hard against you, blowing to the east.
Uh-oh.
I need, let me see here.
Oh no.
Didn't even get to move. This isn't fair.
I need Amara and Baratus to make dexterity saving throws. Dexterity saving throws. Nice.
So snap.
I don't know where all these 20s are coming from, but I'm okay with it.
Come on, Mara.
I need to open up the character sheet. I'm sorry.
Is unfazed.
That's not bad.
It's not bad. So Baratus, you just are a stalwart bastion. You just plant your feet, crouch down low, and lean into the wind, bearing it completely. Amara, you are faced with a difficult dilemma. You try to follow Baratus' example and lean into the wind to brace yourself, but maybe you just weigh less than he does, or maybe it's your billowy cloak acting like a sail, but you still find yourself being pushed to the very edge of the platform, and in a moment of decision, you can either use the momentum of the wind that's pushing you to jump to this far platform, or you can make one last attempt to hunker down and stay on this central circle, but knowing that any future rolls will be at disadvantage because you're literally on the edge.
I'm gonna jump to the next platform.
Okay. The wind blows you there.
Can it be right there?
Sure. It's now the Archon's turn.
This is like
Looks
walking up
around.
walls for you, Baratus, isn't it?
Poor
Looks
puppy
at each
doesn't
of you.
That's
like
a
their,
problem. You have so many problems with so many easy tasks. I just don't understand.
Serious.
Climbing walls, bracing against wind.
The ire seems to be drawn towards Silas. He makes both of his attacks against him.
Oof.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Well, halved, unfortunately. So you
Yeah.
take 6 plus 5, a total of 11 damage.
Oh,
Critical
And
fail.
Andy rolled a 1 and 2
Yeah.
of those. That's not even a lot of damage.
Yeah, considering what he could have done.
Plus fire resistance.
Mara, it's your turn.
A little peeved that she just got
I guess-
blasted too.
One less, you're right. Because halved and halved again is just 1. So give yourself 1 hit point, yeah.
Just a little bit peeved that I got blasted to another platform, but very, very glad that magic is ranged. I
Go ahead,
cast.
do another 2 damage.
And not subject to wind.
True, it is not subject to wind. I don't think. Cast Scorching Ray, and all 3 hits will be aimed at the only target that I can hit.
And it blows back in your face, you set yourself on fire.
Damn!
Don't you wish you were Dragonborn too?
Got some wind spells, my dude.
I don't have wind spells.
The first one hits.
Oh yeah, I gotta do it 3 times, don't I?
Yes, please.
Whoop! I didn't mean to do that 4 times. My bad.
20.
You line up your shot trying to shield your eyes from this gale force wind that's blowing you off of the first platform onto a second platform. The first arcing laser of fiery energy lances from your fingertips, striking true right in his chest. It burns, sizzles some of the thick matted fur off of his body, revealing scorched pink skin beneath. But the other 2 bolts just go wide, way over his head, probably because of the wind. He takes.
And then I'm gonna move.
Did you roll damage? I didn't see it.
I did 7.
7 fire.
And I'm gonna move right here
Nice.
because I see the wall.
Yes, there are segmented chunks of the structure attached to some of these platforms that are floating with you. You hide behind this outcropping of structure that remains here, and hiding against it works as a perfect windbreak. You're no longer being forced off the platform.
Scorching Ray sucks. I need to use something else.
Valente, it's your turn.
Am I correct in saying that I am behind the Archon at the moment? Like he's
Yes.
looking at Silas, or?
Mhm.
Okay. If I was to specifically target a body part, would that have a crippling effect if I hit, or is that kind of a nay, yay or
I
nay
didn't
type
hit
thing?
that. Ignore
The 5th edition D&D rules don't really cover specific targeting for like unique deleterious effects. But you can just tell me what you want to do and work something out.
Alright, well, given that I'm behind him and I'm assuming he's rather tall, I'm going to assume that right above eye level is the back of his knee. I would like to target Eldritch Blast there.
Okay. That's a hit.
Alright. And then that's
Wow.
14, and then the hex damage. So 19 to the back of the knee.
It seems almost cruel because you think of him first as a dog and second as a divine creature, but you put all that out of your mind for a minute and loose an Eldritch Blast, drawing on the power of your patron. At point blank range, you release the energy into the back of his kneecap. You can hear the shattering of his patella. He howls in pain and drops to one knee for a moment while he uses his greatsword as like a crutch.
Sorry, puppy. It's all in the greater good, though.
Silk, it's your turn. Oh, actually, no, sorry.
Yeah.
At the end of Valenti's turn, the large flaming orb of plasma that Kieran summoned above you moves over the platform that Amara is standing in.
Uh-oh.
Silk, it's your turn.
Uh-oh. Slab is in trouble. Amara is
The
in
wind
trouble.
has changed direction.
No, the wind's the same.
The wind is the same. But I'm using this big giant dog. Kind of like a body block. There's nothing I can really do to help you, Amara. I could throw you a rope.
Why don't
That
you
won't
try
make
scratching
it
his tummy?
Who's a good doggy?
Could you please get the giant ball away from my friend?
Sit.
Get the giant ball away from my friend.
Oh man, you know what? We should have set up for your flame attack. I've got flasks of oil.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, he could be just set ablaze right now. Which is a terrible thing to do to a dog.
Done.
All right, basics. Let's get to it.
Alright, yeah, I mean, is he still focused on Silas?
At the moment, he seems to be eyeing over his shoulder at Valente, who just like broke his knee with an Eldritch Blast.
Well, I don't want to assume that I can just sneak attack against a giant celestial guardian.
You can though.
I mean, would I have to do any sort of like roll?
No, you just sneak attack because.
You mean like
he
the
had
dance?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So,
Yeah, I mean, I could take it for granted. I'll just sneak attack with
Mhm.
my dagger.
basically, anytime an enemy is distracted, i.e., they're in combat with a friendly person to you, then you can sneak attack them for damage.
No, I get it. I just didn't know if you would make this like a special case or whatever.
Yeah, everything is a special case. Roll your
Everything's
attack.
a basics case.
So do I just do my dagger or do I do my sneak?
Roll your dagger, and then I think you have the global damage modifier attached, so if the dagger hits and you click dagger, you should also add sneak attack damage, and that is a success.
Oh, okay, you're right. There it is.
Good lord. I'm useless in combat.
So that is 17 damage. I like strike his side as he's like kneeled down.
Yeah, as he kind of turns over his shoulder to look at Valente, grabbing the kneecap that was just shattered. He's exposed like his entire right side, and not missing a beat, you just jab the dagger in deep to the hilt and twist it. As you pull it out, there's like a small arterial spurt that shoots blood all over the stone platform that you guys are on. That's you hit something important there.
I wipe blood off my face.
Silas, it's your turn.
I'm gonna continue to attack with Minerva, and as I swing my blade, I just yell, "Sit down, dog!"
Oh, rude.
Ah, no!
At this, you've been sort of winding up for this giant baseball swing. You've been watching Kieran's moves. You've been watching this Archon dodge and weave. You think you've got his attack pattern down perfectly. You've lined up. You've watched him parry. And just as you're about to initiate your swing, you see this flash of green energy and you hear bones crack as you're making your swing. The dog lurches down to examine his broken knee, and your greatsword just goes right where his head might have been. Damn teamwork.
So, I would very much like to go after Baratus. Can I, like, set my reaction to attack after Baratus attacks?
Sure.
I don't know. And would I be able to use my action and bonus action at that time?
As long as the triggered event still happens. So whenever you want to like delay your action, you're saying, I want to take no action now, and instead I will blank when blank happens.
Yeah. So after Baratus attacks, I want to take my action.
Sure. And you can also bonus for like smite or whatever.
Cool.
Baratus, it's your turn.
Okay, I will move over to here, and I will shoot at his back again, or whatever part's available.
Damn, dude.
Fucking hell, man.
I don't believe it.
You are fucking Hawkeye.
Try just in the back of his mind. They're ruining my boss fight.
This is awesome, actually. Yeah, I mean, never missing a good opportunity. You see the Dragonborn just whiff. You can actually feel the air from his strike, even against the powerful gale at your back. The Hound also saw the same thing and rises to attempt. He's maybe like planning an uppercut, and he leaves his back completely exposed. You put an arrow, hoping to end it with a paralyzation. You definitely hit something though, because his body twitches for a few seconds in convulsion. The muscular contraction in his back actually forces the arrow out, but he still keeps twitching. You've done significant, possibly permanent damage.
John, did you get my second message?
Yes. It takes me a little bit to respond. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
So is he an aberration or celestial or elemental or celestial? Okay. So now that attack happened, I went to cast 2 spells. One is an action, one is a bonus action. I'm going to cast Protection from Evil and Good on myself.
Which mode are you choosing?
Good.
Okay.
We identified this guy as good earlier.
Yes,
so, and then I am going to cast Compelled Duel on him.
That's Wisdom saver, and he has to tunnel you. Is that right?
Wisdom saving throw. On a failed save, the creature is drawn to me. I suppose I should have done that first.
Yeah. I mean, got like a 4th HP now.
I got a 13.
It still works.
Doesn't say what the save is.
You should see spell DC at the top of your spell panel.
Oh, it's 12. Damn. Okay. Well, then what I really wanted to do is cast that Protection from Good and Evil on Volante. I did it out of order.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Is that your turn, or do you want to move?
That's my turn.
Oh, yeah, you're good. At initiative 10, he howls again, and the wind shifts direction. Now pointing straight south.
Oh, God.
It begins to blow. I need Haftor and Valente to make dexterity saving throws.
God.
Nice.
Yeah,
Please don't trigger an attack of opportunity.
All right, so kind of the same scenario as before. The dwarf is far too dense and squat. The wind has very little effect on him because he's already low to the ground. Great center of gravity. Valente, you're just so frail and slight. You're just taking like a leaf on the wind. And unlike Amara, you don't get the choice. You hit this point of the thing and you realize you're going over. I need you to make a second dexterity saving throw.
God. Does he get an attack of opportunity as I'm being forced out, by the way?
He does not.
Oh, thank God.
Stereotypically, forced movement doesn't provoke.
Even though I kind of wanted him to, but okay. Dexterity.
You land with a hard thud here, doing your best to just try to make eggs out of or make omelet out of broken eggs. You just land hard thud, but at least you didn't fall to your death, so that's not nothing.
Yeah. Did I take damage or?
Nah.
Okay.
It just hurt a bunch. He will make one attack on Haftor, one attack on Silk, one attack on Silas, starting with Silas working clockwise. Does that match or miss? That misses. Against Silk. Miss, right? Yep. And against Haftor.
Yours has disadvantage on me.
Oh, no.
What? What?
This was always going to happen.
Oh my lord.
Well, at least you're not fully dead.
It didn't roll critical, though. My macro doesn't take that into account, apparently.
What?
Which one are we counting? The first or second one?
I mean, really, you just add them both together. So 10 plus, or I don't know what portion is critical. So
15 total damage against Haftor.
at least you did terrible damage.
Mm-hmm.
For a crit, yeah.
Unfortunately, at the end of his turn, the large orb in the sky pulses a couple of times, doom, 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 and fires down this column of radiant energy, burning everything on the platform, scouring it clean. Amara, I need a reflex saving throw. Potentially trying to dodge behind this rubble for half damage.
Reflex saving throw?
Yes, please.
Dex.
Oh, sorry, Dex. I played 3rd edition for 15 years, and it's been a hard transition.
Oh, not bad.
You take only 6 points of radiant damage, being able to hide amongst the debris there pretty well. You curl up into a tight ball and hope for the best. The orb pulses a few times, scouring this thing in radiant energy, and then it just moves back to orbiting the platform like it did before, with one small change, and that's that as the radiant energy flickers and starts to fade from the platform, some of the wisps that almost look like, living fire begin to coalesce at the center of the platform, forming what appears to be a living being.
Oh god.
Oh, this is fun.
You got an ad to deal with.
Well, that changes what I wanted to do.
Amara, it's your turn.
Fight fire with fire with fire.
Yeah, remember this is a being of fire.
Yeah, I know. So I'm gonna spend two of my sorcery points to make a witch bolt instant, and then I'm also gonna do a fire bolt at the same time. Is that possible?
Witch bolt?
Yes.
God damn it.
That is awesome.
Basically for those, it's wow.
Nice.
And also this.
Also a hit.
On the ad. So we're gonna do cast at what level? Can I change the level right now?
You should probably have determined that before, but I'll let you make that decision now.
Oh yeah, because I can upgrade it, can I?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm just gonna make it like that.
Okay. Furious and potentially backed into a corner a little bit, this new creature that seems to be composed of radiant and fire elemental energies begins to coalesce and reaches out to you, staring at you with these vacant, sort of haunting eyes. Amara's not fucking around no more. You guys can hear the crack of thunder as blue bolts of eldritch lightning leap from her fingertips, wrapping around this thing and shocking it violently. And while he's got her entranced in this coil of lightning, fires another bolt of fire at her. The hits center mass of her form, and just BAM! She just explodes into like 100 little sunbursts.
Nice.
Woohoo!
Nice.
Goodbye.
Fuck you very, very much.
Now, cast
Admirable use of fire.
featherweight on
I
yourself.
use both kinds of fire.
It's Valente's turn.
So am I at the same elevation as you guys? Like, can I,
Wait, did another one pop up, or did you do?
No,
that? I was like, uh-oh.
can I still see the Archon, I guess, is my
You
question?
can. Yep.
Okay. Is there anything relevant aside just more Eldritch Blast? Which is always the question. It doesn't really look like it. Yeah, I'm just gonna Eldritch Blast again.
Okay.
Since I have really no other options. Click this.
That hits.
Wait, am I actually close enough to hit him? I realize.
20 feet.
Yeah, Eldritch Blast has got a huge range.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, and damage plus the hex, which is gotta go character sheet again. Click hex. Little hex.
Hardly seemed worth it. And are you happy where you are? Or do you want to try to make a movement?
I am going to position myself here, so I have my back to some rubble with the current wind direction.
Nice. Silk, you're up.
Alright. Yep, I'm just gonna attack with my short sword. There's nothing really else I can do. Yep.
Says one of the highest DPR characters in the party. Short sword hits.
18.
You stab into his like upper thigh, lower groin area, and leaping off of his broken kneecap, rend your dagger right up his abdomen, dealing a vicious amount of damage. He seems to be very badly wounded. He's leaning heavily on the greatsword now, and between the broken leg and him trying to hold his guts in with his other hand, he's not looking so hot. Silas, it's your turn.
Finish him.
Silas gets the final blow again.
Can we plea for him to stop?
No, Silas does
Oh,
not.
Oh no!
It only knows one direction, and it's
He
forward.
doesn't need to die.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, what is this roll?
Maybe you took mercy on a defenseless opponent. Perhaps there's no victory for Minerva in this defeat. You just stay your blade. It is Baratus' turn and then Haftor.
Yeah, I will just go over here and shoot an arrow at him.
Fucking crit again.
Yeah, right. Oh, no worry, casual critical. Oh, might as well have been. Jesus.
19.
Gul'dan cheats.
He does. Baratus' arrow hits him directly in the chest, right where you imagine the heart would be, just left of the center of his chest. You hear a soft whimper, and the form collapses to hands and knees, and he begins rapidly shrinking in size until once more he takes the form of the human Kieran.
Is Kieran like alive?
Yes, and he looks unharmed.
Oh, thank God.
I was worried about that.
Picking himself up off the floor and sort of like dusting the blood and dirt off of his monkly robes. He congratulates you on a battle well fought. Truly, you have earned this. And with a gesture, all of the platforms begin to descend back into the domed sanctum of the sun. He opens with a wave of his hand a small safe-like structure that's been built into the wall. Heavy iron doors swing open, and he beckons forth this small mote of pure radiant energy that hovers in the palm of his hand. And with a gentle push, not unlike a floating dwarf, it glides across the air towards you, hovering just above your chest height, about a foot in front of you.
Someone lick it.
I quickly nab it and say, I'll hold on to this.
Basics has attained the light of creation. As you touch it, you can't ever actually physically grab it. It just maintains a small perimeter around your form. If you make a tight fist, you can't close your fist all the way. It's always with you, but as soon as you open your palm, it just gently hovers right above the surface of your skin, and it's warm to the touch.
Pretty Bob.
Try touching it to the mark on your forehead.
I tried touching it to the mark on my forehead.
As soon as the mote of energy touches the runes, they begin like writing in reverse. The entire sigil just begins erasing as it spins in a counterclockwise fashion until it's completely gone.
Next, please.
Yeah, I feel a weight lifted off of me, and I pass it to Haftor.
Mm-hmm. He motions to Haftor and tells him that this one has to be done rectally.
Lovely.
With a quick pass, the light of creation, the small mote of divine radiance, cleanses all of you of this necromantic curse.
Well, they're passing.
Take
Go
it back. Wait, yeah, go ahead.
Now it's time to go save the princess.
I was gonna say, while they're passing the orb around, I look to our friend and like, that was a great battle. Have you considered performing for others? I would enjoy another fight once again.
He says it is the most fun he's had in years. He hasn't had the occasion for such revelry in millennia. As you guys turn to leave, he says, actually, kind of beckoning you back, Kieran goes on to explain that as an Archon, he has been dispatched to this temple for more years than he can recall, to guard the reliquary and to keep the items safe. But since you've proven yourself worthy to wield the light of creation, he bestows it upon you, and now thinks that there's very little reason for him to stay here, and he could maybe finally go home if you would be willing to do him a small favor.
Take over guardianship of it.
I'm not gonna kill him.
He says that there are a few other items in his custody that if he could be rid of them, giving them to people whom he trusts and he knows will be responsible with them, he could basically close up shop and go home. Would you be willing to bear this burden?
I like treasure.
I think we could do that.
Do we get to know what they are beforehand? And can we get to decide who gets to hold them?
I vote that the rogue doesn't get to hold them.
I mean, the rogue almost always ends up holding everything anyway.
I'll hold the rogue.
I am adding some new handouts that I'm going to show you in just a second, but he pulls out a small, narrow, slatted wooden box and hands it to you. A velvet, small, clamshelled case and hands it to you. Two crystalline ampules that look like potions of some kind and hands them to you. And he even takes off the ornate golden belt around his own waist and offers it to you. These are the items that were in his custody, and if you accept, they now belong to you, and you must care for them and keep them safe.
Does he hand them to anyone specifically?
I'll let you guys decide. I'll start showing you them.
Oh, clearly the rain of fire arrows were meant for me.
Yeah.
Barbarian.
Seems right.
Definitely.
So the arrows go to Chris.
Yeah, I'll take them.
I think the invulnerability potion should go to Half-Thor.
Yep.
Wow.
1 hour. That's just guaranteed like a full battle. That would come in handy for probably the people who choose Half-Thor next session. Oh my god, that bell.
Pretty.
Holy crap.
Great score becomes 21.
That is amazing.
I have the belt.
All right, take 2 minutes and figure out what you guys want to do with those items. DM to players. This session's going to run longer than I anticipated. So if you need to make phone calls or arrangements, we're gonna run well past 10. I apologize.
No worries. I got nothing to do.
Yeah, I got nothing to do.
I mean, I was gonna try and go get some ice cream because it's hot out, but that's like the lowest priority on my list right now.
I didn't realize we were gonna have a rogue that spent more time rolling ball bearings than anything else. So.
No,
Yeah, it seems pretty straightforward that the belt goes to the barbarian, assuming that his strength is not close to 21 already.
Yeah, I was gonna say put the belt on probably whoever needs the biggest boost to the strength.
Yeah, probably like the barbarian has double damage resistance anyway, so I would give the damage resistance to one of the casters. Actually, both of the potions to the 2 casters, and then
Wouldn't you want the? Wouldn't you potentially want the bands of friendship with the 2 casters?
That's what I was gonna say. The 2 casters should have the bands of friendship.
Because then they would just be next to each other at all times, and then just get it, advantage on literally everything.
Let's see what those were.
Yeah, it's
And
advantage on initiative checks.
Actually, I guess the heal potion is probably good for me.
Yeah.
So we agree that the arrows are going to Baratus, the belt is going to Silas.
Sweet.
Let's talk potion of ultimate healing. Who gets that one?
I think Hafthor.
Yeah, half Tor.
And invulnerability.
I'd say either one of the fighters or the thief, in case the thief gets caught out in a bad spot.
Yeah, probably 6, because he's in melee a lot.
It's
Okay.
true.
And then both banded rings of friendship go to Amara and Valente.
Sounds good
Seems
to me.
Sounds good. I like that. I like taking damage from my friend. I have a direct benefit from that, which I'm very upset that I didn't get to use because I was waiting for him to hit me.
Hit me!
Literally, yeah. I don't have a spell called Hellish Rebuke for no reason.
Alright,
Don't worry, I was misreading Bane, and I was going to cast it on all 3 of you earlier.
I want to cast Bane on what? Batman.
Take
Nice.
1d20 knee damage.
Okay, you guys return to the Solar Sanctum. You take the portal backwards to the Temple of Amonitor and begin the long trek down. It takes you all night to get down the rocky stone face, taking your time to be careful. By early morning at dawn, you are at the base and with your horses. We race back to Pendilor knowing that time is of the essence, as it always is in situations like this. I need just one survival check. I think we had Baratus helmet last time with Valente providing advantage. If you guys are cool with that, let's do the same thing. Shouldn't be too hard.
I'm sorry, I'm rolling what?
No need to.
Oh,
Baratus is good. To navigate us safely back to Pendilor, basically taking the way we took so we can rest the horses at the same spots. Give me just one quick sec.
Did you roll that with advantage, Chris, or?
No.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't
He's
matter.
still baller, he didn't need to.
Yeah, okay.
And plus, he was probably just shocked it wasn't a 20.
Yeah. It's very sad.
Oh, Lav, I added the Band of Friendship to my items.
Yep, I was about to do that.
Okay. I'm going to shortcut a little bit here, if everybody's okay with that.
Sure.
Our travel goes without... Oh, sorry, Dex, let me do that for you. I'm just going to set your strength score to 21.
Oh, great.
Everything should automatically update. Like, Minerva should be doing more damage with a higher... Yeah, it looks like it did. Yeah, you seem to be good.
Nice.
The travel happens without incident. We, as a collective band of adventurers, safely return to Pendilor, where the citizens cheer and "Huzzah! The heroes have returned!" Trumpets sound your arrival. And Liza is waiting for you. She informs you that the king has set up a vigil for Gwen at the Ring of the Elder Stones, a place of ancient significance to his family and line. Most of the ancient royal family is buried here in a great structure that the druids that founded Pendilor crafted to sort of on top of 2 magical ley lines. It looks a lot like a Stonehenge structure. And he's been spending day and night with her, just watching over her and praying for a miracle. As you guys head towards the Ring of the Elder Stones, Captain Winter clears a path for you, and you can see King Rupert is knelt over what looks like a glass casket that contains Gwendolyn. He's visibly been crying all day. His eyes are dark and sunken with sadness. But upon seeing you, his soul perks up.
You have the means to save King's daughter, Gwendolyn, right? Gwendolyn.
Mm-hmm.
Gwendolyn.
I think.
Yes, sure.
Our quest was a success.
First, I have to poop out the light.
Poop out the light.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh boy.
No.
Necromancer fight.
Yeah, I feel like I remember at the beginning of the session, our runes were a tad different than her rune, wasn't it? Like
Yes.
something's gonna happen here when we try to touch the mode of light to her forehead.
And we're all recovered, right? Because it's been multiple days.
Yes, everybody's reset your hit points to maximum, and all spell slots are now available because you would have been on the road for 5 days. The king is looking expectantly at you, almost as like he can see the gem through your closed hand. Silk, do you still have it?
Yes, I have it.
Um,
Hand it over.
Smell like.
For whatever reason, the gem will not freely leave your hand.
Makes sense.
Alright, well I guess I'm the one who's gotta
You now are responsible.
yeah. So I walk up to sorry, I'm so bad with names.
Gwendolyn.
Gwendolyn, yeah, I walk up to Gwendolyn and I try to move the moat towards the sigil.
Okay. The autumn colors of the foliage here are quite beautiful, especially at sunset. And as you approach this glass casket, Captain Winters removes the top of it so that you can access her. They position the body very gingerly and delicately so that she's forehead up. You gently place the mote of arcane energy, of radiant energy on her forehead. The gem pulses slowly, thump, 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 growing faster, thump, 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 until a brilliant white flash of light fills the area, overpowering even the setting sun. It's hard for you to look at it. You have to shield your eyes. And as the light fades, the stones, the elder stones around them, are almost glowing with a soft incandescence, almost like photoreactive paper being exposed to a flash. The mark on her forehead slowly fades, as does the mark on Rupert's head and Captain Rupert's head.
Oh thank gosh.
The still air shifts. A chill breeze fills the ring of stones.
Wow.
The body of the princess begins to levitate out of the casket and rotates upright with her feet a few inches above the grass.
This is
Another
what he
gust
wanted
of
all
chill
along.
wind blows and large clumps of her beautiful hair slump off of her scalp.
She's gonna become the necromancer.
Shrinks, tightening on the bone, and blood vessels pop around her eyes, creating a deep purple, sunken appearance. Your wonder and amazement suddenly turns to horror. Her eyes flash open, revealing black pools that reflect no light. As she opens her mouth, loose teeth spill from her lips, and a hollow, supernatural voice issues forth. I again! The plan worked! As a field of purple energy starts to swirl around the princess, the bones of her body seem to break and reset. Her form is changing, and the swirling energies wrapping her in a black hooded cloak and cowl. The now faceless, voided hood turns to King Ashburn and all of you. Death to the living! Roll initiative.
Lovely.
Oh, yep.
Well, I guess she doesn't need a suitor now.
Yeah, that's one
No,
problem.
maybe that's your kink.
Don't kink.
See, you should have kissed her.
I roll initiative with advantage, right?
Yes.
So
it is,
So we just roll again? And take the higher of the two, or
Correct.
I'm having some
not that one?
minor issues.
Well, 21 definitely beats the 14.
Oh, well, it currently registered me as 3, so I don't know how to reset that.
John can fix it.
Okay.
I can. Have to make several changes apparently.
I cannot target my guy.
Do you try reloading just to be
Yeah,
sure?
I'm gonna do that now.
What did you roll previously, Smitties?
14.
Dunzo. Dex, how we doing?
Much better.
Haftor, you're the first person to react. The princess's form is gone, and now a dark black hooded figure remains. What do you want to do?
Is like the purple shade around her like a death zone?
You can make a religion check. I can't see the roll for a second. How good was it?
It's
18.
Nice. That's what you're facing.
Spooky.
Andrew, Haftor, you immediately recognize it as the sanctuary spell, but twisted and perverted to dark necromantic purposes.
What does Sanctuary do?
I'll scream out and say, a wisdom check to choose a new target. Like, it's going to compel us to not attack it. I will try to attack it.
Make your wisdom save. Nice. You are a champion of the light, undeterred by the dark compulsions that attempt to fear you away and threaten your mortal soul. Hold no sway over you. Strike.
Wah wah.
Talk about a squandered opportunity. Fearful, maybe resistance to not wanting to harm the princess, who might still be in there. You pull your punches a little bit, and the warhammer thuds into the cowl, but seemingly does no damage. Silas, your turn.
I move in and attempt to attack.
Make a wisdom saving throw.
Yes, sir.
Oh boy.
That's
I
bad.
smart. I barbarian. Silas good.
Yes. Yeah, as you approach with Minerva in hand, he just glowers at you. The living has no power over me. And like you just find yourself halted in your tracks. He's right. Like you can't move. You want to kill him, but you can't. Amara, it's your turn.
Oops.
Okay, I move here. And then I cast spell. Let's try the Scorching Ray thing again.
I mean, at some point it has to work.
Oh wait, I need to cast Wisdom first.
Mhm.
Right, my bad.
Does he?
Well, then
From that far away?
It's the shield.
The sanctuary effect prevents you from attacking unless you succeed on a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, okay.
Same thing. Maybe you're temporarily gripped by fear and panic, but you can't bring yourself to fire. Valente.
Oh God. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. if I position myself kind of in between these stones.
Try.
Yes.
With advantage, my not that it matters now, but my initiative is 21.
Oh yeah, just let me know. It'll always capture the first roll. The system isn't smart enough.
Okay.
I'll change it for future runs though.
Hmm.
So I had to manually change Sventi's as well.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're just gonna go back to our good old friend Eldritch Blast, which means I have to make a Wisdom saving throw.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Undeterred by the.
Yes.
Death is a part of life. Eldritch Blast.
Also, if you have any AoE attacks, use those. It doesn't target them.
That's true.
Oh yeah.
And roll for damage.
Yes, please.
8.
Sventi's, if you want to, this is entirely an optional thing. I will let you re-roll the Eldritch Blast damage if you want. That's a pretty good roll. Standing here in the Ring of Elder Stones is a natural conduit for for Fey energy. You can tap into that reserve of power. I'll let you re-roll the die. You have to take the second result even if it's worse. So on a good roll you may not want to, but for the rest of this fight, as long as you stay within the ring, you can re-roll damage dice.
Thank you, but I will keep that 8 for now.
Seems like a good bet. Yeah.
And since I'm a fool, the last thing I will do is I will. Do I have to make a Wisdom throw to attempt to hex him as well?
I think if it targets.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So because it's anything I can see within.
Well, it's a harmful spell. I mean, I guess
it does do damage. I'm gonna.
Yeah, place a curse on a creature that you could see within range.
So if you want to make another Wisdom.
Okay.
You do have your bonus still.
Shift, double click. Core. Wisdom. No.
Unfortunately, riding high on the former success, you can't get the hex to land. It's too hard.
Is the aura still around the Necromancer? Because it's gone.
It is. I removed it because it was interfering with my ability to interact with other stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's a minute.
If I have something that's channeling on it, like if it does damage over time until I do something else, will I have to do Wisdom every single time, or does it stay connected until it breaks?
No, like in the case of Witch Bolt, as long as you make your Wisdom save the first time you cast it, you're good on that spell from that point forward.
Okay. Does that take one more question? Does that take a spell shot every single time, or until you cast it again?
It takes a spell slot to cast it initially, but as long as you use your action every turn to maintain the channeled lightning effect, it doesn't cost any additional spell slots. You can just keep channeling it.
It's extremely strong.
It can be, yeah. All right. Being assaulted by some of you, some more effectively than others, the Necromancer seems to have gathered himself. He reaches out a spindly, gnarled finger, pointing just beyond Silas's shoulder, like in the direction of Amara, but vaguely, not at any one of you in particular. Rise and serve.
Friends.
I don't like that. That's not good.
Friends.
And then he shatters his own sanctuary spell in just like a total gangster move, fearing you no longer. He reaches out an outstretched hand and places it on Haftor's breastplate.
Crit.
You take, 38 points of necrotic damage.
38.
Damn.
Jesus.
This is what you get when you don't defense cap as a tank.
Nice. Yeah, the bony hand touches you, and you can feel life leach out of your body. as wounds begin to rend open all along your face, throat, neck, and low and upper chest. Blood just spewing forth everywhere. You're having a hard time even breathing, choking on your own blood as the internal systems of your body rupture and liquefy.
I'm
I don't think I want to be near that guy.
Silk, it's your turn.
But I can't really do anything from here, so I'm gonna move my character slightly. Are these rocks, are they like high enough to block us, or are they just kind of things we could kind of
All of the inner rings, like the arch of rings and the big crossbeam in center just behind Haftor are tall. They're like monolithic 15-foot tall stone structures. Where you are now, you'd have partial cover.
Yeah, well, I want to shoot an arrow. I just want to see where I can move, but it doesn't seem like I have a lot of space to move around.
If you were to go here, you could still draw line of effect to the Necromancer and have partial cover against his ranged attacks.
Oh, really? Okay. So that, okay, alright, I'm gonna just take that. Let's do that with my bow and sneak attack damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, here we go.
Hit.
Nice. 13 damage. With that, I'll end my turn.
Yeah, you fire your arrow, it lands true right in the sternum of this hooded figure. He reaches down with his thin, spindly fingers and just draws the arrow out of his chest. And as he does so, tendrils of shadow energy sort of leech out of the hole, some of it evaporating into the air. You are hurting him.
Should have kept that shield around you now, huh?
Baratus, it's your turn.
If I move here, will I be able to hit him?
Yes.
Okay. I will move there. I will use Hunter's Mark spell.
Buddy.
That's a good.
Yeah.
And then I will attack.
Oh, don't do that.
13
Never mind.
misses.
It's alright.
No, sorry.
Is that the first time you've missed?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
God, carry your weight, Chris.
Sorry. I'll do better next time, I promise.
Yeah. Haftor, you watch as an arrow from Silk impacts him and a barrage from Baratus goes wide. You look down, choking and gagging on your own blood. The Necromancer readying another attack against you. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna drink that cool potion that I got that gives me for like 49 health and gives me 15 temporary.
Shouldn't it be Amara's turn, swapping to 21?
Oh,
That should be the beginning of the new cycle, though, right?
Yeah, Haftor went first last.
Yeah. So
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So-
sorry. We'll get to you in just 1 second. Amara, it's your turn. Sorry about the initiative screw up.
I'm gonna cast Witch Bolt.
Which bolt?
Witch Bolt.
I hate both of you.
That bolt?
Who's on first?
Oh, I love both of you.
The
Which bolt?
worst.
That hits. Roll your damage.
Okay. I'm gonna make it a 3rd level spell. I can do that, yeah?
I think you only have first and
Second. My bad. And it does 5 damage.
Yep, 5 points of lightning.
And then every single time I just keep rolling it as a higher level spell until I cancel it, right?
Correct. Every turn,
Cool.
every one of your turns, if you use your action to sustain the Witch Bolt, you'll roll the 2d12.
That is my intention.
You guys have seen Amara do this once before when she deleted that ad in the fight against Kira and the Archon. Just tendrils of spindly blue lightning arc from her position, wrapping around the Necromancer, burning the cowl and shocking him. And she just maintains it, holding fast and concentrating on that spell. Haftor, it's your turn. Again, hacking up your own lugs and bleeding to death.
Now I'll drink that cool potion that you gave us.
Okay. I think it was 36 HP and 12 temp.
Sounds about right.
So you just put yourself at 48 or 40 if you want.
Ultimate healing 36 and 12. Yep.
So 50 or 40.
38 plus 12, so 50 and 38. Okay. Or do you want me to just set it to 50?
I think 50 out of 40 is fine. Yeah. Otherwise, we'll forget.
Okay. And attack. Does a 17 hit?
It does.
Nice.
I'm going to do...
Sorry, my site is lagging a little bit. I apologize if I'm behind.
That's fucking lame. Okay,
Sucks.
8 points of damage.
Oh, yeah, not bad. You thump hard into the form of the necromancer. You hear a bone crack. Somewhere inside there is something living, and if it's living, you can kill it. Silas, it's your turn.
Seeing what has just happened with my ally and feeling rallied by his swift recovery, I go into a rage, position myself here, and attack with Minerva.
Look over at the captain of the guard. No need to help.
Nice.
Good hit.
Ooh.
That's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, Silas is a beast. Silas, undeterred by his previous failure, learns that sometimes it's just a rolling stone that needs to gather momentum. He unsheaths Minerva again, defiantly roaring to activate his draconic rage, his body doubling in size. The roar is so powerful it shatters the glass casket behind him, and he just strides into melee combat with the necromancer, slashing open his cloak. As the blade pierces it, tears it to ribbons, some intense tendrils of shadow energy escape and are lost into the air. As you pull your blade back for a potential second strike, you notice that it's covered in maggots and other foul creatures.
Delightful.
Valente, it's your turn.
Okay, now let's see if I can do this right this time. I'm going to attempt to hex. Well, I am going to hex the necromancer
Mm-hmm.
and apply a -1 to his intelligence with that curse.
Sure.
And then from there,
Dumb lich.
Eldritch Blast?
wait, I need to check one thing real quick before I just go back to my...
One-stop shop.
Yeah, the one-stop shop for every warlock. This, you use an action. Okay. I think I will actually save that for now, and I will do as I have done before, and I will Eldritch Blast. Try's just like, okay, yeah, we get it.
It sucks because they're so powerful, but it can be a little repetitive to play a warlock.
Yeah.
And everything skews you in that, like, I have to maximize my Eldritch Blast. You can have lots of invocations that make it better, which is cool, but at the same time, you're kind of that one-trick pony.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, it misses.
You said I could only reroll damage, right?
Correct, damage, yeah.
Yeah,
You're
okay.
focusing on the connection to the natural world here, feeding on the ley line energy, and you're just distracted. Your bolt goes wide, almost taking out Silas, who just kind of grimaces at you.
You're gonna have to fix that again. I hit the wrong button.
Oh no, you reset it. I can only fix it once. Sorry.
Oh. Damn.
Valente, do you want to move, or are you happy where you're at?
I believe
I
that.
spent my action, I used the bonus action. The only thing I can do is move, huh?
Correct.
I'm gonna move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Move over here, give myself more coverage.
Nice.
Alright. I'm done.
On my turn, he motions at Amara and Baratus as they sort of hide behind that boulder outcropping behind one of the elder stones. Amara still channeling her witch bolt energy, crackling, burning away at his form, and he mutters some deep, scary, terrible words in Infernal, and a shadowy void begins to form beneath your feet, shadow escapes in a 20-foot circumference all around you, and swirling dark tentacles begin to writhe. Sorry, 1 second.
Jeez.
Whoa, that's cool.
Ooh.
Oh my.
Oh, so dex safe.
Also, Amara and Baratus behind you, or actually Silk behind you, you notice lumbering out of the woods.
No.
Yes.
Zombie.
They move in, flanking you. They're
Oh.
surprisingly fast, more so than they were previously.
Okay.
Makes a slam attack against you and hits.
Damn it.
2 points of bludgeoning damage from that zombie. It punches you hard in the back of the head and tries to start biting at your throat. It's all you can do to keep him off of you. The other two zombies kind of just dogpile you, one of them unable to do anything, the other one slams you hard and bites into your flesh for 5 points. Valente, on your side of things, you also notice lumbering creatures coming out of the foliage, the dense forest. Having recently been risen, they're still covered in grave dirt.
Uh-oh.
Only 2 can get attacks on you because of how you're positioned against the stone. 1 hit, 1 miss. The zombie that hits tears into you with its claws for 2 points of damage, as it just kind of is feverishly trying to bite at you.
Okay. Can I make a reaction command to that, or
Sure.
is that
Absolutely.
how a reaction? Okay,
That's
so I'm
exactly
going
how
to use.
a reactor works. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm going to use my 1 remaining spell slot for the day, and I am going to use Hellish Rebuke on the one that hit me.
Okay.
So, let me just click on my spells, and Hellish Rebuke. Cast at level 2. Since that's my highest level of spell I can cast at.
I'll make my dex save, which I'm sure is going to be spectacular. There it is. 13 points of fire damage to that guy.
Yeah.
The zombie horde just tried to swarm you. In a moment of panic, you are unsure, you fear for your safety. One of them reaches out, bites at your shoulder, and is lunging, certain to land a killing blow, tearing out your jugular. Moments before that happens, the world around you goes completely still, and a small silhouette of fire appears behind him, taking the shape of Oberon, who reaches out, grabbing the creature by the scruff of what's left of its clothes, and yanking it hard and back away from you. Wreathed in flame, the creature immediately disintegrates.
Nice.
Silk, it's your turn.
Okay. Now I need to restart my. I was typing this out. I need to restart my computer again because it's giving me a thing that it's going to restart in like 5 minutes. So I'll be right back. Sorry.
Okay.
Please continue.
Join us on your phone.
Will do.
Godspeed. Silk, you're up.
Alright, I'm gonna use my bonus action and I'm gonna dash away.
Okay.
Just so I can avoid any attacks.
Oh, are you proficient in Run Like Girl?
Yeah. It says 4. 4 yards or 4 feet or whatever. I'm just gonna round up, so 1 square away. And then I think we should take the RTM approach here and focus the boss.
Beefy Enrage timer, guys!
There's too many ads, and he's only at half HP, so I'm gonna move additional.
All heals to half door.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Okay. And I'm gonna shoot him with my bow again.
Seems good.
Oh.
Unfortunately, that misses.
Damn, okay.
As you move to get into position, he's watching you. You can see no eyes, but the vacant hooded cloak follows your position. As the shot fires, he just puts up a cloaked hand, and the arrow just disappears into the shadowy vacuousness of his cloak.
Alrighty.
Baratus, it's your turn. At the beginning of your turn, you need to make a reflex saving throw.
Amara and I made one earlier, not reading the thing correctly. Do you want to use that, or just want to roll?
Yeah, that's fine. You take 6 points of necrotic damage, and you are not restrained. You may move freely. The tentacle slaps you, and as it tries to coil around your calf, you quickly tumble and roll like a ninja and jump out of the way.
I am going to use Zephyr Strike again, and over here.
Does critically dodging count for anything?
In very narrow circumstances, not in this one.
Okay.
And I will take another shot at it. Yeah, that's better.
There you
It's
go.
better.
18.
Like 4 20s and 3 19s or something ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, all right.
Pretty
So
solid.
I have that damage, I have Hunter's Mark damage, and Zephyr.
Oh my Lanta.
Chris still rolling well?
18, 20,
Yes.
24.
Colossus, I think, only applies once per
Once.
round, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
14, 18, 22, 25 damage, is that right?
Jesus Christ.
Fry's done.
Ding!
Did what I can.
Mara, I see that you start your turn in the tentacles. I see your save. You take 6 points of necrotic damage, but you are also not restrained. The tentacles fail to grasp you.
6.
First, you remember raid.
6, yep. Half of 13 rounded down.
Okay. I'm
Remember-
going to cast a cast with a metamagic empowered spell. Scorching Ray.
Do you like reminders?
Yes, I do like reminders.
You were previously channeling your Witch Bolt. If you cast another spell, the ability...
Isn't if I move?
No,
I
I
move?
think you can move. You just have to use your action to continue channeling it. If you use your action to cast another spell, that spell ends.
Well, hang on. Well, I'll keep channeling Witch Bolt. So I scroll up to wherever I did Witch Bolt, or I could click it again, I guess.
Mhm.
Gotta ask me something somewhere.
Just click. You don't have to
Well.
roll to hit, but
Oh, I'm not meaning to.
Just click the Witch Bolt in chat.
I got it.
Yeah.
Here we
okay.
and
There's damage.
that is pretty good.
Good roll?
Yeah,
Mhm.
20 points of damage on the lightning from Witch Bolt continues to
Jesus.
just arc and wreath him, just scorching his cloak and burning him. Again, these tendrils of shadowy energy are escaping him and just kind of dissipating into the air. One time he reaches out with his hand, like trying to grab it and hold on to some of his essence, but it just slips through his fingers. You feel the tide of battle is turn in your favor.
If you need to move, Lav, remember you have a ring.
Yep. But moving to you would be a bad idea.
Half-Tor, it's your turn.
Help me.
So, flip side, if you need to move to me, go ahead.
Oh, what is this?
Oh, man.
geez, you hit
You're still
himself.
hacking up internal organs. You're still recoiling from the inflict wounds. You just can't bring your hammer where it needs to be. Do you want to move?
No.
Okay. He's going to take a reaction after you hit him but missed. And he's going to
okay.
cast Vampiric Touch.
No.
I read that as just using movement as an action, but no, it's just if I use any other spell. Okay.
Half-Tor, he drains 11 points from you. And as the blood leaches through his talons, it works up his arm, and you can see some of the wounds to his cloak and body start to restore themselves.
Oh, see, this is great because he's going to absorb my damage rolls.
Ha, the curse is yours now. Silas, it's your turn.
Did I see what happened with Valanthe, or am I so focused on the necromancer?
kill.
Oh,
the
you've got trained 360-degree awareness. You would have seen her being attacked.
All right. I decide that I feel confident after seeing that one zombie vaporize that she's got her shit down, and I continue my assault on the necromancer.
Nice. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
And with that, I said, "Fuck you, Necro. Fuck
Yeah.
you."
Oh,
Oh,
my
Christ on
laser.
crutches. That's a good hit.
real good.
Rolling 0 equals 0. Oh, rage doesn't crit.
No, rage doesn't crit.
Slash it.
Damn, dude.
Loving it.
Yeah, you take a huge chunk from like right shoulder to left hip. Your greatsword cleaves through him. Tatters of this cloak turn into shadowy essence and almost instantly evaporate as this coil of energy starts leaving his chest cavity. He grasps at it, trying to stuff it back into himself, but he is unsuccessful.
I stand my ground.
Valente, are you back with us? I see your name in Roll20, but I don't know if you're actually here.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh.
Hi, I'm here.
Oh.
Okay. It's
I
your
have
turn.
perfect timing. Cool. Word to the wise: never do Windows updates the day before you're supposed to do something.
Fair.
Yeah. Okay. So my necromancer is still cursed. I think moving is a
That was
bad
the
idea.
possessive. My necromancer.
Oh wait,
is still
Amara
cursed.
moved.
Yeah, use your ring.
That counts as an action though, right?
Bonus, I think, was my intention.
Whatever each ring can.
It's a bonus action.
Oh, sweet. And since I've already cursed it, I will use my Ring of Friendship to teleport myself next to Amara.
Nice.
Make sure you hold your rainbow generator up when you do it.
And I will...
Yeah.
That's a bonus action, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
With a echoing thud as air fills in the vacuum you left, you dematerialize there, and just stepping through a shimmering portal appears standing right next to Amara.
Yeah.
Buddy.
Okay. Hey, buddy. So
Bolt.
actually, that's something I wanted to check here real quick, because I might actually... Oh, wait, I've already used all my spells for the day. Crap! Actually, am I close enough? I am technically close enough, but I can't use that spell anymore. Okay, well, yeah, I guess I'm left with... Other than running up and smacking him, I'm left with one option try.
What you
And,
got?
it's an Eldritch option.
It's a little blasty. It's a little eldritchy.
Eldritch Blast!
It's your favorite and mine. Eldritch Blast.
That looks like it hits.
Does that hit?
Oh yeah.
Alright, and the blast damage.
Nice.
I'm gonna keep that roll.
yeah.
And the hex damage. I will keep that. I can't reroll the hex, so...
Yahoo. He's fighting now just to hold together any of his tattered pieces from falling away. Maggots, worms, cockroaches are crawling all over his form and dead with each strike. He's struggling to hold together what little of him remains. It's my turn.
Oh wait, he's still alive?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Excuse me, princess.
Not just him. He's not the only one that's alive.
The zombies move on his turn. Okay.
Distracted.
The zombies attack Silas because they really just don't know no better.
It's not like the guard captain's gonna do anything.
He's there for the king, man.
He does shield bash one of them as it gets close to Rupert. The 6 points of bludgeoning damage the one zombie does, you reduce to 3, obviously. You sort of punch one out of the way, and the other guy just latches onto your forearm, biting down hard and thrashing. You barely feel it, and you're shaking your arm to knock him loose, but as you're doing that, you're lifting the entire skeleton up off the ground, and he's, like a terrier dog. I then, feeling that the end is near, he points his outstretched fingers to King Rupert again. You die! And a giant skeletal hand appears out of energy, coalesced just above the king, and drops down on top of him, pinning him to the ground. Instantly, you can see the life force start draining out of his body.
Kill the necromancer real fast.
But if the necromancer dies, then the king dies.
Yeah, but
Do we know that though?
I mean, he
Yes.
just said it.
Those were his words.
Well, yes. But if he dies, doesn't his magic go away?
Tendrils of necrotic energy siphon out of this spectral hand that has the king pinned to the earth and arc channeling into the necromancer as some of his form is slightly restored.
Shit.
Damn, those zombies move.
One attack only on Haftor. That hits, yeah?
Yes.
2 points of bludgeoning damage. Once again, you got one of the ankle biters. He trips on the stone trying to get to you and just bites hard into your calf, like just below where the plate mail links. He found some flesh. Silk, it's your turn.
So he can't do anything about the king, right? Like no one's can't dispel it, or I feel like he's gonna die.
And it's all your fault.
I want to take the Lich's word for it when he says something like that. Well, regardless, there's nothing I can really do about it as a thief. So short bow.
Look at that tasty
God
zombie
damn
so
it.
close to you.
Can't hit.
That's a miss, yeah, unfortunately. Fearful for the king's life for accidentally getting him in the crossfire as he's directly behind your foe. You just loose the arrow wide. It goes way over everybody's head safely. You just didn't have a good shot. Baratus, it's your turn.
I'm gonna shoot him.
That hits.
Yay. And Hunter's Mark.
21.
And Zypher, right?
Nice.
No, that was just last turn.
Okay.
Undoing almost all of the healing that he was leeching from King Rupert, you've got him down at death's doorstep again.
I believe in you guys. Finish the job.
Come on,
Amara.
Amara.
Everyone looks to you.
Well, I don't have to roll for I don't have to roll to hit because I'm still channeling that lightning. So let's just do that again.
But Bloom.
Boom boom. I'm not actually rolling to. Oh well, that would have hit anyway.
Tap it.
That's nice.
1 HP. Watch.
You continue to channel your powerful Witch Bolt spell, wreathing him in electric energy, shocking him, burning away what little flesh remains on his hands and torching its cloak. You watch tendrils of shadowy energy leave his body as it evaporates in the lightning that you're striking. Seeing that the end is near and fearful for the lives of your friends and for the king, you redouble your efforts, pouring even more of your arcane might into this channeled Witch Bolt. You watch as the lightning that wreaths him is doubled, wreathing this ghostly hand around the king, slowly dispersing the magical enchantment that has him pinned to the ground. It electrocutes and starts to explode basically into ethereal particulates. You look back at the necromancer and he's crumbling, losing his shape and form until eventually just a hooded cloak falls to the ground. Your spell no longer has a target and ceases to channel.
My character screams, "Hell yeah!"
As the long robe collapses formless, maggots and worms wriggle free from the cloak. You hear a distant and lamenting voice. No! Too soon! I am sorry, daughter! And as the voice fades, a small, tenuous swirl of ethereal purple energy floats out of the hood and frantically starts darting around each of you as if it's trying to find something. It does not. and in an unceremonious poof, the purple energy evaporates into the air and ceases to be.
I got the final blow.
No!
What about the hand?
Hand's
The
gone.
necromancer is defeated. The hand was obliterated.
Then those zombies all crumple to the ground, I imagine?
And
Yes,
only-
they all die when the power that animates them is gone.
And I
The
was
tentacles eventually recess into shadow, disappearing altogether.
I was sweating on that low cast, that low roll.
As
I'm
the
gonna-
din of battle calms and you guys have a moment to gather yourself, you look over at a confused and distraught King Rupert as he's rummaging through the cloak. Where is my daughter? Where? I don't... Gwendolyn! Where is she? The captain of the guard puts a powerful and stern hand on his shoulder. Gone, my king. Perhaps never here. He turns to you and says, perhaps you'd like to earn some overtime?
OT.
And with that, we close our one-shot.
Nice.
Woo!
Well done, guys.
Team.
That was fun.
Fuck that guy up. I was really expecting that to go much longer.
I was
Didn't we
waiting
already
for-
go over time?
Yeah, we were. We ran a little bit longer. Some of the narrative in the temple took longer than I was expecting, but that's why I was afraid this was going to be like a 90-minute fight in and of itself, but we got it in 45 minutes. I'm very impressed.
Aren't you glad I just strode through that fiery gateway like it was nothing?
It really is very cool. Yeah.
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 I helped! I helped!
So I think, yeah, most criticals were easily Chris, and I also think
Yeah.
most damage, right, with 31 points in a single
Yeah.
attack.
Mhm.
Woo!
Well done, dude.
That was
The
nice.
most worthless
Team
paladin.
Team.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Hey,
you
look,
tanked a ton of damage.
taking-
Yeah, you didn't.
You're also not a paladin, I don't think.
You didn't die from getting death touch, so
You almost died. That
You
was
almost
so
did.
close. I'm so glad we gave you that potion. Holy shit!
Necrotic touch.
2 HP.
It's here. The dice says all of them.
Actually, yeah, I soaked all of your crits.
I was gonna say most damage taken easily half Tor.
Most
I
cast
kinda-
spell.
I just kind of did
Well,
stuff.
And even in that fight, I was waiting for those zombies to come in, and then I was actually going to use my turn undead. And then, like, they killed him.
Outside of the big hit, I got some of the shittiest things thrown at me though.
I only took 7 damage.
I really like the aesthetic of the Warlock. It is a little unfortunate as to what Tri said. It kind of does, when you have no other options, it turns into just blast, blast, blast.
Let me just
So
say
anyways,
that Witch
started
Bolt,
blasting.
if you put it at a higher spell level, is kind of nuts.
I mean, that's kind of like, yeah. I mean, you have two kind of niches you can build the sorcerer, where you're like an AE specialist dealing in burning hands and firebolt and just kind of mass removal, or
Right.
you can really build a pretty decent like single target damage dealer.
Yeah.
Which I think I did a little bit of both. Like in the first fight, I had that burning hands that literally killed 3 things at once.
Yeah, that was good.
Try. Actually, small question. Undead, can they be charmed or frightened in D&D, or do they kind of follow the standard like they're immune to that sort of?
They're immune to a lot of compulsion effects. Technically, the turn undead is, I think, a fear.
Okay, because I'm just looking at Fey Presence, going like, I don't think this works versus undead. I don't think
Yeah,
I can charm these.
They stripped away a lot of conditional immunities from stuff. Most stuff is affected. The only, like on paper, the only zombie hard immunity is to poison and the poisoned condition.
Okay. I'm starting to feel like if the so just to confirm, these are the same characters that got played in the previous session before ours, like the Tuesday
No,
or
this is the first one.
Ours
Yeah,
is
you guys are the first one. These are the same characters that will be played in the next session.
So what you're
like
telling
next
me
Friday
is
or
that-
for the other group.
For the
I
other
said
group
a-
on Thursday.
Okay.
that I set a precedent that whoever's playing my character better play very similarly.
And if these characters do level up, like assuming like this was a standard continuous game, this one session would have had enough experience to level up, I'm assuming.
It would have been close. Probably not from 4 to
Oh,
5.
right, level 4 already, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I just guess the idea is that, like, if these characters continue to grow, in a sense, over these sessions, even if not playing all the scenarios the other team is, you decide kind of how these characters expand, though, for the sake of your story.
I don't know. I just wanted to do a one-shot to kind of have fun with the guild and give you guys something that was non-WoW to do together.
That's fair.
If this
No,
is...
our guild group.
Like what we normally do, what John does with us is, like, it's based off of the storylines, and like he'll pick a point in the storyline where a level makes sense and give us a level there.
Oh yeah, sorry. I thought
Okay.
you. Yeah, mechanically, I'm a firm believer in like milestone XP.
Yeah,
Rather
okay.
than crunching numbers for specific encounters, there's like milestones where I give you an elaborate dungeon with primary, secondary, and tertiary objectives. You complete all of that, and that's like 3 to 4. That makes sense. When you get back to town, you turn in, so to speak, and
Yeah.
close out the story elements, and then that's enough to earn you the next level.
So,
Yep.
the second group, are they going to pick up where we left off? Are you going to have them do the same story, or are they going to have a completely new story but same characters?
I don't want to give too much away because I know I've asked them to watch this if they have a chance between now and Thursday. Not the same story, definitely the same characters, and we will be picking up basically 12 hours from right now.
Okay, whoever's
Okay.
watching, you treat Silas right.
They don't have to pick the same characters that we did. They could play Ashram and, like, Kara, right?
Correct, yeah. I think the Thursday group actually has 8 people, so I believe every character should be played if
Okay.
everybody shows up.
I'm just saying that Amara better be played the same way.
Yeah. Because it's one of those things where I know there's really no wrong way to play a character, but I'm starting to look like I'm looking at the Warlock, I'm wondering, like, is this not, like, kind of how, if we want it to be optimal, excuse my condescending voice, like, the Warlock kind of this one wants to wade in, use Packblade, and, like, if they get hit, they use Hellish Rebuke and, like, just CC a bunch of stuff, right?
Yeah, there is a strong build for melee Warlock. It's certainly a common thing. The Pact Blade has multiple invocations that you can take that make you a pretty competent melee fighter.
Yeah, because I've got, like, improved Pact Weapon. In addition, this weapon gains +1 to its attack and damage rolls unless it's a magic weapon that already has a bonus. Like, yeah. And I can even make it a ranged weapon. I can use this as, like, a crossbow.
Yeah. It's pretty versatile.
Yeah.
I apologize in advance for whoever's playing Boratis that I took all of your crits.
Yeah! The poor Ranger's going to miss all Thursday. What is
Don't
wrong
worry.
with him?
Whoever plays Half Door is going to get all the crits.
So I'm actually really interested now, because if the next group, like, because we got, like, the rings, and if those stay, like, there's kind of the idea that, yeah, but, like, if this is a continual character that we don't have full, air quotes, full control over the progression of, like, the other team could make choices and we come back and go, oh, that sounds really cool, actually, though.
I still have the rings. Oh, and a tramp stamp!
Well, they're come in and they're gonna be like, "What is this in my inventory? Favorite books? What the fuck?" They're gonna be like, They're gonna be like, "What's this?" They'd be like, "Oh yeah, Amara stole this from the library."
Yeah. Develop
I did.
personality disorders.
Stop! Don't touch me there. This is my knowledge square.
Good lord.
I know it's late for some of you. Thanks for letting us run along. I really wanted. I mean, it sounds stupid, but I wanted to make sure we could get the one shot done in one shot.
Right?
That was really a lot of fun.
Yeah, thanks for
yeah.
dragging me along.
Thank you
guys.
for running it.
Wasn't dragging
Yeah.
along. You did great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you
mean,
played the rogue well.
everybody played well. I mean, to think that some of you said that you hadn't played a lot was surprising to me. Everybody played the characters well, role played well, intuitively worked together well. Maybe that's because we're a raid team also, but
Yeah.
I mean, the
I think
only
anybody
other
watching this would not look at you and go, "Oh yeah, 2 of those guys don't play a lot." I don't think that could be said.
the only other character that I played was a female half elf sorceress. So it was literally just kind of like, I'm just playing the same character. Let's go.
An easy copy paste.
Basically,
Gotta say,
This is a complete divergence from what I played last time, because I'm
you were
like,
playing a monk.
yeah, I was, and I was like, come on, I know Try's not gonna let
Punch
me.
kick, punch kick,
Try is not gonna let a monk get in there because monks do the worst things to combat.
I really wanted to include a monk because they're very flavorful, but yeah, it just all of the extra actions and the key point tracking. It bogs things down, and for like if a new player got stuck with it in an 8-player game, like that can be very intimidating.
Oh yeah. All right, so for attack, I'm gonna spend a key point to dash, basically move across the entire battlefield. Then I'm gonna attack with my quartermaster. I'm gonna use Fists of Fury for a bonus action. I'm gonna spend my other key point for a swift strike. Roll.
Swift strike is so cool, though.
Yeah, and then key point for patient defense.
Oh, that's right. I should have said that I was gonna go look for a griffin chick. That's what I was gonna do to bring back a griffin for the librarian. Oh, I fucked it. No!
You would have to find an egg.
Now you've got a side quest in your log that will never be completed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can only accept 19 new quests now.
If I remember correctly, griffins imprint at birth, so you'd need an egg, and that means going through a very angry mama griffin.
And also, John.
That would have been great because then we would have an extra optional fight where a Tribird would have to scramble to look for a griffin character sheet.
Wait, no, we wouldn't necessarily have to do that. I can talk to animals.
Would you like a peek behind the DM screen?
It's a thing I can do.
Did you have a griffin?
He did! Hell yeah!
He did!
Mom and Dad. Was this like a random encounter as we were climbing? Like if we had failed the climb, we would have encountered these?
Yeah, it was going to be one of my punishments for failure was, you stumble into a griffin's roost. It's one of the encounters that was going to be the first thing to get cut if we were running behind, so...
Okay.
It obviously had to go away, but it did exist. It was possible.
We had fun. We turned T into a balloon, so...
Yeah!
That was
I
great.
think that challenge was the best. That was my favorite part of all of tonight, maybe.
Was me turning him into a balloon?
That was really good.
Oh, this was awesome.
No, I'll be here.
I'd really like to do this again.
Next Friday, I think, if you're available, Basics. I mean, maybe. I won't presume, but...
It takes more to write this stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait. I'm going to let this percolate. This game and last game took about 40 hours for me to put together. I want to wait and see what the response is. It seems like everybody's having a good time. I know Dances has had some DM experience. Like my wildest dreams were, it would be fun if we could do like a rotating kind of one shot where maybe everybody who was interested in DMing took a turn doing it, or
oh, don't give me that power.
or at the very least,
between
WoW guild running and the other game that I'm already running, I couldn't commit to more than say once a month, but there could be the possibility of something like that. The problem is if there's too many people interested, it's hard. It becomes unwieldy to run like a 12-person campaign.
Yeah.
But I like this one-shot idea, and I'm glad everybody was so receptive tonight and patient with me. I really appreciate it.
And the bad thing about John being such a good DM is that he never gets to play.
That is the curse of, I think, every GM.
But DMing is fun in its own right.
I
feel like you went kind of easy on us tonight.
It's my favorite. Well, that's like, I think that's the point of the one shot, right? I'm not telling this overarching campaign. There's no infinite story structure that I have to adhere to. It's mostly just about having fun, and this was the kind of story I would introduce new players to the game with. I kind of wrote it thinking it would be fun for us to play as a guild, and then I have just a good one shot that I can use for other people.
Yeah. Is Meg just the stream bot for this effectively? She's been in chat this whole time and hasn't said anything. So
she's just been the stream bot.
Yeah, okay.
Giving me thumbs up when you guys are doing awesome stuff.
And playing with the dogs, I'm guessing. I didn't know if she was actually at her computer or not.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, she's been pretty steadfastly just watching us do our thing.
Okay.
Same drill on Thursday. We'll try to stream the Thursday game so you guys can watch the conclusion of the story arc you began.
Oh, I'm gonna watch for sure.
I may go back and watch the VOD depending on what my hours look like that day, but I will definitely try.
Awesome.
But
try, that's me.
Hey! That's awful. How dare you?
All right, everybody. I think I'm going to hop off because it's 11 now.
Yeah. So we can just close Roll20. There's nothing particular?
Yeah, you can just from the cogwheel, click exit game.
Okay. And question: was there? I was having some audio issues, like Discord and everything was working totally fine, but like the in-game music, like that kind of cut out for me after a while. Was anyone else having those issues, or was it just me?
Oh, it's just played on repeat for me.
Yeah, so there are a few times where I changed songs because I was tired of hearing the same thing over again, or sometimes the map wasn't on auto repeat and I caught some silence and threw it on repeat. So, I mean, I'm not saying it couldn't very well be interruption on your side, but it also could have just been me not tending the jukebox.
I just heard music sometimes and not others.